Hello and welcome to my God of War any percent no damage on Give Me a Challenge difficulty. So right out the gate, I just want to explain why I decided to do this on the second hardest difficulty instead of the hardest. So most of my challenge runs, I enjoy doing on the hardest difficulty. I really want to maximize both my time invested and the skill and presentation of that run. However, in this game, I decided against that. And the main reason for that is simply what I call the overpower mechanic in Give Me God of War difficulty. It's a mechanic that, if you're unfamiliar, once you get enemies down to a certain level of health, they then go into this empowered state, where once they power up, a lot of your abilities no longer work on them. And what I mean by that is a lot of the effects of your abilities. So this game is very juggle heavy. So being able to knock an enemy into the air, knock an enemy down to the ground, pin them up against something, freeze them with your axe, things like that. And unfortunately on the hardest difficulty, as soon as one of these enemies or multiple enemies in power, it basically ties one of your arms behind your back as far as game mechanics go. So I decided against that simply for that reason and went with Give Me a Challenge difficulty. So that's what you'll be seeing.
That was the last.
So we're coming up on our first cutscene skip here, and immediately out of this cutscene, what I want to do is I want to go to my right. We're going to go around the boulder and pick up one of the items that are on the ground. Simply put, the reason I'm picking up a lot of the things in early game, even into the middle portions of the game, is simply for money, for cash, and that goes for artifact sets, just regular money drops, chests, even some of the chests that contain armor and things like that. So I'm picking up a lot of things basically just to sell them off to gain hack silver.
More tracks?
Yeah, but they're too round. Could be a wild boar.
Good.
Oh! Now what?
This way, boy.
Hup! Oh. Wait, deer tracks. They're fresh. This way.
So as I make my way into this next section, it's going to be more of the same. We're just going to go forward and pick up some of the items in the area. Again, just simply to increase the amount of money that we have.
Boy.
Sorry.
You are hunting deer, not chasing it.
Yes, Father. He broke our bridge. How are we gonna get across?
Step aside.
Wow.
Go.
end here.
All right, so as we come around this corner out of this cutscene, we're gonna enter into our first engagement with an enemy. So part of this run is at the beginning stages is setting myself up for everything that comes later. That comes with, you know, like I said earlier, getting money and also experience. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be pinning enemies into walls, and that'll unlock the labor against the wall. That labor is tiered, and so what I want to do is I want to get to the highest tier, which is 30. So you have to pin 30 enemies into a wall to complete that labor at gold tier. So essentially the strategy here is I'm going to pin 29 enemies before a certain part of the run, and if I do that properly, it will allow me to farm experience, which is what I'm going to do to more or less offset the early difficulty of the game for no damage and be able to give myself a lot of the abilities that I would otherwise not be able to acquire until much later into the run. So as you can see, I'm taking it very slow. This is not a speed run. This is a run of precision. All we have to do is not take damage. So the amount of time it takes to kill enemies is inconsequential. So all the Death's Vow gear I'm putting on here, I'm not 100% sure where that comes from. I can't remember if I had that on the PlayStation version of the game. Maybe that was a PS4 or not a PS4 exclusive thing. Maybe it was just a PC thing. I'm not 100% sure. But I know that when I bought the PC version of the game, I had those, and they give you a little bit more stat to strength, so that's why I equip it as early as I can, which is at that point. So for here, I'm routing through things that are simple, things that are easy for money. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go down to this chain, and I'm going to slowly edge my way until you hear the wolves. So right there. Once you hear the wolves, you've hit the trigger that spawns them into the environment. So once I hit that trigger, then I'm going to go back up to the top, and generally I would stand here and just throw axe until both of them are dead. However, in this attempt, it didn't work out exactly how it should have. They kind of got stuck into an area where I wasn't able to engage on them. So in this instance, basically, you just turn around, run down to the waterfall, and engage from over there. The objective here is just to kill one of them. If you can kill both, that's great. But you want to at least kill one. That way when you go down, you're in a 1v1 and you're not at a numbers disadvantage. So even here, I still can't see them, so I just throw axe, which kind of re-engages their AI to say, oh, I'm in combat. And so they repositioned and react to the axe being thrown as if I was on the ground, throwing it at them. So we get the one kill on the wolf, and then I'm just going to run back down and deal with the other wolf in that 1v1 that I explained earlier. And now that all the enemies are dead, we're just going to go grab the chest and the other collectible that's to the right, or artifact, whatever it is, and then we're going to head back out and continue on the path the game wants us to take to progress the story. So one comment here on, Hayate, why are you rolling? It's simply a speed strategy. In the early game, you don't have any other tools to help you go faster. And just due to the length of this game, that generally helps. So I'll be basically rolling all the way up until we get essentially to Alfheim. I can actually speed it up a little bit more prior to that, but I usually don't, just to stay focused and alleviate, I guess, my mind from needing to remember go fast, go fast, go fast, go fast, because this is not a speedrun.
Up there. 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 Up there I went hunting with Mother a bunch of times. She never wanted to take me. Why now?
All right, so, as we enter this next area, my focus here is still on completing the labor to pin them to the wall and get 29 out of 30. So I'm going to engage on these, and then I'm going to back up because the wall that's right in front of Kratos is what I'm going to use to pin them. And I'm simply going to do that just by knocking them up in the air with a heavy and then pinning them into the wall. And the reason I do the knock-up is, you kind of see it right there, is it kind of stuns everyone around you. It knocks them up, knocks them to the ground, gives me enough time to reposition and line up that, whatever that enemy I am looking at into the wall to pin them. So you actually don't have to knock them up to pin them, and you'll see that when I think I get to the last one. I just throw the axe straight at him because he's like the last guy. So here will be a good example of that. If you can get off of Atreus, move, buddy. So there we go. So now we're just going to go to the right, and again, this is to kind of help in the pinning to the wall. Plus, there's some items in here that we want to get for money and resource. So basically, we're just going to ping pong back and forth between the two wolves. I can't do anything like I did earlier because there's no high ground for me to take advantage of here. We'll get one more wolf that'll run into the center. And so then I'm just going to ping pong back and forth. I'm going to hit the head on the big guy. That'll stun him and give me time to then attack the wolf. Then I'm going to move back and just wait for him to come in, and we're going to pin him to the wall and add to that 29 to 30 count that I need.
I half expected to be a troll under that bridge.
You are not ready for trolls, boy.
I know, I just... Yes, Father. Hey, wait for me!
So another reason the rolling is really good early game is because on a fresh file, unless you're doing New Game Plus, I believe, on a fresh playthrough, you cannot sprint until after the first boss. So I think I spoiled myself in the fact that if I don't roll, I feel like I'm going just at a snail's pace. But as I'm watching it back, it feels kind of silly, but, whatever. Alright, so I'm going to head off to the left here. The game wants us to go to the right and follow Atreus, but there's quite a bit of money to pick up here. So that's essentially why I'm taking this path again. Just early game, economy, money gain. And one of the interesting things with the game, as it relates to essentially all of the money that I'm picking up outside of the artifacts that you pick up, the artifacts have a set price in the game. So when you go to sell them, they'll always be the same. But the money that you pick up out of chests or off of the ground or off of drops from enemies are not the same every time. So there's always an element of RNG with the amount of money you'll have at any given point in the run.
I got it.
Which is also one of the reasons why I try and pick up almost everything that I can to guarantee that I'll have the money I need at certain points in the game. So this is the first chance we get in the game to basically equip
Still alive.
Atreus with his upgraded armor. I equipped mine a while back. And that just aids in damage. So we're at our first boss, and there's several ways to do this. I tend to take it slow and very simple on this guy, which is to just basically hit him 4 times and try and go for the stun. And then obviously when he does his foot stomp, you're going to want to shield that. And then when he does any of his attacks with the big runic block he has, just dodge roll and hit in between. On the 4th hit, you'll always get this stagger. And again, there are other ways to do it that would make it quicker. However, I find that when I go from a failed run, let's say I'm halfway through, you know, I'm in the mindset of, oh, I have all these abilities, I can do these different things, and then I get here and you know, if I don't really think about it actively, then I'll try and do something that I don't have and can get hit, which has happened quite a few times, so I just try and keep it simple here. So I'm going to back up here because I don't want to get into a position where I need to dodge roll and it puts me into a wall. I've had a couple of runs die to, you know, on this boss and various other things where, you know, you go to dodge roll and you happen to dodge roll into an object and then you don't move. So you take a hit even though you actually completed the dodge. So spatial awareness in this run is very, very important. Alright, so we're going to pick up any money that we can, anything that dropped, and then we're going to move on. So again, my mindset here is still, you know, I'm still working towards the labor to pin to the wall, so I'm still trying to get that 29 of 30. So we're going to reposition here, and basically I'm just going to pin the enemies into the wall that's behind me. For whatever reason on this wall, there's a slight, if you decide to knock them up, you don't have to, but if you do, there's a slight pause you need to make, otherwise it won't actually pin them to this wall for whatever reason. Whatever game mechanic allows them to be pinned, I think is missing from, say, the top 2 boards in that wall. So I'm going to hit these guys to engage, and then I'm going to back up fairly far, because what this does is instead of them being able to attack, they just drop straight down. If you're too close to them, so let's say too close to where they would drop down, they'll actually get a swing in at you. And that swing animation pulls them further away from the wall. If that happens, you just hit them once or knock them into the air, and then you can pin them into the wall. But I like this strategy. It's simple. It's very, very safe. Keeps you out of distance of their attacks and gives you a perfect pin every time.
I told you not to.
Apparently I forgot this and I went back for it. Probably not that necessary, but... So that's pretty much it. We're going to go do some cutscene skips here, and then we'll be on the Baldur fight.
Grandmother's garden? And since when are Draugrs so close to the house? And what was that frozen thing that attacked us?
I do not know. Inside, boy. You lost control.
That thing was trying to kill us. It's not like you don't...
So for Baldur, there's quite a few different ways you can fight this. Again, similar to the troll boss, I do this very, very different than how I do it in like the later encounters with Baldur. Simply because I don't want, like I said earlier, to mess up and think I can do something and I can't. So basically what I'm doing is I'm doing a 1, 2, 3, and then we're knocking him into the air, and I'm doing another 1, 2, 3, and then throwing axe when he's on the ground. As the fight progresses, so there's 3 phases to this fight, as the fight progresses, you won't actually be able to do that. So as we go into the different phases, the 1, 2, 3 knock up 1, 2, 3 will actually change to something like 1, 2 knock up. And then at the very last phase, we get 1 hit in before I do a knockup. And again, the reason for that is he just reacts differently in those different phases based on the hits he's taking. So it's almost like you have to remember 3 different strategies. But again, the reason I prefer the knock up there is just because it juggles him, same as every other enemy. If he's up in the air, he can't be a threat to you. He can't attack you. So it makes it that much safer.
Real simple. Why are there 2 beds in? Struck a nerve, did I? Who are you hiding? Slow and old. You should never have come to Midgard. So, care to try again?
You talk too much.
You won't talk? Fine. Maybe whoever it is you've got stashed in that house will.
So for this section, it's there's a little bit of RNG that plays into this. If you're really, really lucky, you'll get Baldur just stuck right here on this wall, and he won't move. But he tends to pace, and when he paces outside, far right or far left of you, then he'll enter into this state where basically now you have to chase him. So the amount of damage you're able to get on him can vary here. So I always go for the hit here, again, just keeping things simple. Towards the end of the game, you'll see that when I face Baldur, whenever he does that 1, 2, 3, 4, I always dodge roll it. But that's specific to getting runic attacks off. And since I don't have runic attacks here, I don't do that.
What are you hiding? You are a fool. Leaving so soon? When Odin sent me here, I just needed answers, but you had to act all proud. Throw whatever you have at me. I'll keep coming. That old body will give out. But before I end this, I want you to know one thing. I can't feel any of this. You've seen it with your own eyes. You can't hurt me. Nothing can. This fight is pointless. Your struggle is pointless. It didn't have to be this way. Pathetic! You can't win! I feel nothing! But you feel everything, yet you keep trying. I'm not my brother. And if you'd given me what I wanted, it wouldn't have ended this way. But no!
So as we enter into the final phase of the fight, I'm going to take it fairly defensive and basically wait for him to respond. So as you can see back there, he does this leap and drop attack, and simply just whenever he does that, he's going to land on top of you. So you just want to backwards roll, and then you can run in. When I run in, I do a 1 hit, and then we knock him into the air, hit him 3 times, throw axe. It's just a variation, as I described earlier, of the Phase 1, Phase 2 combo.
I feel nothing!
And with that, that's the Baldur fight.
I'd hoped that you, of everyone I'd faced, would finally make me feel something, but you can't.
Was he? He knew me. Did he know my past? How did they find me after all this time? Faye, what do I do? Our son is not ready to carry your ashes to the top of the mountain. And neither am I. I do not know how to do this without you. But we cannot stay here.
The mountain. It's gonna be a long trip. Whoa. How did this happen? Who was he?
I do not know.
What did he want with us? We're nobodies. Did you kill him?
I did what had to be done.
Could have died. Never leave me alone again, all right?
All right. Up.
You've had to kill people before, haven't you? You're used to it.
We do what we must to survive.
Animals, I get. They're food. Draugr, they're supposed to be dead. But people, they're trying to survive too.
Close your heart to it. On our journey, we will be attacked by all manner of creature. Close your heart to their desperation. Close your heart to their suffering. Do not allow yourself to feel for them. They will not feel for you.
I understand. Has this been here all this time? Why don't you help me up there? I can get a better look. Hup. Made it! Kalista!
Boy,
Yes, sir. Father, will we see others on the road?
yes,
Friendly?
no,
They'll try and rob us?
possibly. Yes.
Oh. So, how long will it take to get to the mountain?
I do not know.
So as we move into the next area,
Not know.
you know, we're still on the 29 of 30 pinning enemies to a wall. So this is actually the final area and final set of enemies to get to that 29 of 30. If for whatever reason I was not able to do that, this would kind of be a bust. And I would essentially have to restart the run. So you'll see here soon that I'll be checking the journal just to see where that labor is at. And once I see it's at 29 of 30, then I can just fight the enemies you know, quickly or in a different manner and not have to worry so much about pinning them to walls. So what I do is I come back to this little nook here and I want to pull the enemies into this area. And the reason I do this is just to line of sight from the enemies that are shooting fireballs later on. So this gives you a nice safe area to be in, and you're basically left alone from those enemy types. So once I have the opportunity I'm basically going to pin one of these enemies to the wall right in front of the one on the far right. And so we'll use that spot to finish out this labor and get to 29 of 30. So we're at 28 of 30 there, so I need one more. So I'm just going to take it slow and be safe. And try and get one of these enemies to look at me and engage on me and not Atreus. Alright, and so with that, we're 29 of 30 now, so now I can just fight the enemies. I don't have to worry about pinning anyone. And in fact, right here, I think on this next enemy, I actually stop throwing axe because he gets really close to like a tree or a wall. And if I were to throw it again, I could potentially pin him, which would cause me to have to restart the run because I would complete the labor, and that would be bad. So I'm going to use this tree just as extra protection. Finish off this last enemy. And then get any kind of droppables or money or anything like that in the area, and then move on.
How was that? Did I help?
If you want to help, distract them. Whoever is not my focus should be yours, but only when safe to do so.
I can do that. Anything else?
Space your shots. Speed costs accuracy.
Got it.
So this will be the first runic attack that you can get in the game. And funny enough, this runic is the only one that I use on the axe for light runics. It's very, very, very useful as both a utility and an offensive weapon, and a defensive weapon. And I'll try and point those various differences out in strategy, as we go through this. But it's very, very useful. You get it very early on, and it's very powerful.
Not yet.
Specific to the no damage rune.
Fine. See?
So this area we're about to drop into is where we're going to do the XP farm. So this is where we're going to see the benefit of the 29 out of 30 labor. So I'm going to hit this guy, and then we're going to restart checkpoint. I hit him just to make the game understand that I'm in the area, and it will restart right here. So we're going to move up, and as soon as this guy becomes activated, I'm going to pin him to a wall and restart. Now it's happening very, very quickly, but towards the middle right of the screen, when I pin this guy, you should see labor complete, and it will give me, I'm kind of restarting it too quick for you to see it finish out, but it's giving me around 4,400 and some change experience. And so every time I restart, I'm getting that, and that's just kind of using the save system and the way that checkpoints work to your benefit. So the game essentially says, okay, you're in this area, we've saved you to this area. But completing a labor is kind of on a different save state or path. So whenever you reset, the game keeps you where you are, but you don't lose the progress of the XP that you gained, because the XP versus the labor are on two different kind of save states. So every time I restart, the game doesn't remember that I completed the labor, but does remember that I got XP. So essentially this is getting 4,400 and some change XP every single time I pin this guy, which I think it's, like 5 seconds or something like that. So every 5 seconds, we'll say, for example, I'm getting that amount of XP. And my goal here is to get 100,000. That was about as low as I put, like, as I tested going through the game multiple times. And, you know, just to make sure that I have all of the XP necessary to pick up all the abilities and upgrade all the different runics and that type of stuff. So I think you could possibly push this down to maybe 75,000 or 80,000 and you would still be good. But I just went with 100,000 to give myself some wiggle room and not have to necessarily worry about getting to, you know, late game and not having enough XP to upgrade something that I needed.
Remember, accuracy over speed. 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 Remember, accuracy over speed.
All right, so I'm at 91,500-ish. So I think, you know, I do 2 or 3 more of these. It'll put me over 100,000, and then I can move on. Grab up all the abilities I need, and then engage all the enemies in this area. And just to state, you know, part of my rules is that I'm not allowed to reload if I get hit. This is the only section of the game that you will see reloads. And that is simply because I'm taking advantage of this system to gain experience early in the game. So I'm going to pick up quite a few abilities here. The major ones for this area, for the enemies we're about to fight, are basically the shield abilities all down the left side of the shield combat tree. And you'll see why shortly. Alright, so as I wrap up these abilities on Atreus, we're going to exit out and immediately run to this spot. And I'm going to tuck myself as far back into this corner as I can. And then it's simply just staying here and making sure that you play defensively and you be safe. If any enemies get too close to you and you can't hit them, just put up your shield and block it. It doesn't even have to be a perfect parry. It can simply just be a block. And this will become more clear why I'm doing this in a little bit once we get towards the end of these enemy waves. Alright, so you might have heard it. There was some growls or whatever from these enemies, and now at the bottom left of the screen you can see like a pink telegraph there popping up every now and then. So to my upper left, 2 of the like flamethrower enemies have spawned into the area, and they're up on the ledge above me to the left. And then obviously there's one right in front of me. So the one in front of me is priority. You'll see that I try and keep target on him as much as possible while dealing with everything else. That was really close. Luckily, when you do the knockback with the shield, you get iframes, which are invincibility frames. That just means you cannot be damaged while that's happening. So the reason I use this spot, and you'll see it in just a second, is because the guys to my upper left that are throwing the fireballs can't actually hit me. So it actually impacts the side of this like wood plank or whatever, and keeps me completely safe. So it removes an element of danger from basically the map. I can just stand in one spot and just deal with the enemies and then deal with them later and not have to worry about it.
Look at this.
Read it.
Oh, this used to be a marketplace. The giants used to gather here to trade with the gods a long time ago. Wonder if Odin was ever here.
Alright, so for this we're going to have a heavy pop out here after the next time you hear him smash into the wall. So the very next time he's going to come out, and what I'm going to do is I'm standing in this certain specific spot to instantly cleave damage him. Rarely that will push him over the side, but basically I just want to get this, perfect parry, and knock back to send him over. And then once these next enemies kind of come in, we'll Spartan Rage and throw as many of them over the side as possible. That kind of goes badly here. They kind of ping-ponged into each other and knocked themselves further away from the ledge, but it worked out. Alright, so that's this area cleared up. You know, if there was any money, we would grab that. There wasn't for this go around. But once all that's done, you just move on here and head up to the next section for the witch.
What is that? So we're going towards.
So the run that I was doing prior to this, I accidentally got hit here. I was being too aggressive, doing a strategy that you'll see me do later on in the run quite a few times. So what I decided was, oh, you know, on my next attempt, I want to try standing on this ledge and seeing how that works out. So this is much, much slower than what I was doing, but it also keeps me 100% safe. I didn't know that at the time. That's why every time her attack comes in, I shield up, because I wasn't 100% certain that it wouldn't come up and hit me. So you're kind of seeing the first iteration of a new strategy attempt here, and it's kind of cool that I was able to capture it in the actual run where we completed no damage.
I can't yet. Ready and wait. That was a real revenant. Never thought I'd see one up close. Still don't understand why that man attacked you at our house.
I told you, boy. I know nothing more of it.
Look up there.
So as I turn around and start heading forward, there's an enemy around the corner when I jump over here, and what I would like to do is just perfect parry, knock him off, but I missed the perfect parry to send him flying over the edge. So I would just beat him up a little bit and finish him off. Not a big deal.
Said people might try and rob us. I'll kill them. I'm not afraid.
If we encounter men, you will stay out of it. understand.
But I can fight.
You will stay out of it, boy. Speak no more of this.
So for this enemy, again, something, happened that, is not what was intended. Generally what I do is I wait for him to come up, perfect parry him, knock him into the wall directly behind him, and I finish him there. Unfortunately, he kind of bounced off at a diagonal here, and then I ended up pushing this, which probably wasn't the smartest idea. You'll see why in a second. So as I'm going to run back to reset into my position for my normal strat, I get hit here. Luckily, it doesn't do any damage. It scared the crap out of me, though. It gave me a little bit of poison elemental, but since the bar wasn't full, it doesn't do damage. But essentially what I want to do is I want to come all the way back here and attack from this broken gate. Now, because of the mess up and because of me shooting it and how it moved back away from me and Atreus, it pushed itself into this far left corner, which is generally not what I would have happen. This was actually new. Again, this whole section was things that I'd never seen before, and strategies just kind of getting messed up. So basically this enemy was stuck, and so I'm moving around trying to figure out how to re-engage its AI or get far enough away from the AI so that it moves back into its default position. So that's why I'm kind of like running around and kind of going in circles here, because I'm trying to figure out how to get it to move back. But once it does move back, it'll be lined up to basically where I can throw axe through the gate and kill it for free. There's no damage, no risk to me at all. And in fact, its enemy AI isn't even engaged on me, so I don't have to have Atreus shoot it to keep it corporeal. Corporeal meaning solid, so that I can hit it. So it's a very, very great strategy. It just kind of got messed up there due to those circumstances. So as these enemies spawn in, this is all normal. Essentially, you want to kind of thread the needle here, get the axe into this enemy. You'll hit him enough times, he'll go over the side of the ledge here, or he'll just die. And then there'll be one other enemy, which is a heavy, that we'll be able to kill from here. It takes quite a few axe shots, but again, it's not about speed, it's about precision and safety, and this is about as safe as you can get. Alright, so as we turn the corner here, we're going to have a few more enemies. Now, the normal strat here is I try and hit the smaller one with multiple axe hits. And if you do it, I think it's 2 or 3, he'll actually pin to the wall. Unfortunately, the heavy got in front and soaked up one of the axe hits, so that didn't happen. So basically, I just kind of fell back into just keep him at distance. And jumping over the bridge here actually disengages his AI. He doesn't see me now. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to go back to his default position. And so you get free damage on him with complete safety. And then for this guy, we'll finally get what I intended, which was to pin him to the wall.
They were harder than I thought.
There will be more.
You did it! All these dead. Is it safe in there?
I think it's safer out here.
So as we go into this area, this is going to be the only time you fight actual human enemies in the main story. My approach on these is just to hit them with the axe. I find throwing the axe at them finishes them in 2 hits. Generally, it keeps you ranged from them, so you don't have to risk being hit by them. and finishes them off fairly quickly. So we'll take out the 3 enemies here. These always spawn in the exact same position every single time. So the next set of enemies we're going to fight are some of the Reavers. So I'm going to basically put my axe up because you can't fight the Reavers with your axe. At least not these iterations of them in the early game. So I put it up so I'm barehanded and can immediately go into attacking them. And simply my objective here is to basically stun kill them, and I do that a lot with just perfect parry knockdowns to keep, you know, multiple enemies away and kind of segregate one of them, and then I go after the singular enemy and you know, deal with him. So same thing here, we'll knock that guy back, we'll go after this one because the other one's stunned and far enough away that I can deal with this one safely.
They came back. They came back.
It is finished.
I want to leave here.
Then collect yourself. We must find a way out. Here. Find something to pull me up.
Okay.
Atreus. The chain.
The chain. Right.
You are in your head, boy. Let it go. He would have killed you.
I know, I had to do it. I do know that, I just...
And we will go home, boy.
What?
To give up this easily. So close to the start.
Wait, no. I'm not giving up. I can do this. I just have to, you know, catch my breath. Come on up. I'm ready.
Listen to me. To be effective in combat, a warrior must not feel for his enemy. The road ahead is long and unforgiving. No place for a boy. You must be a warrior.
I understand.
Get up and move your ass! I'll kick you square in the ringer, you don't move! Come on! No! What you waiting for? Come on already! Let's go! What you waiting for? Come on already! Let's go! Can't get this slow-eyed cocklump to cross the bridge.
It's because she's scared of something in the trees over there.
There's what now?
Father, throw your axe at those trees on the other side of the bridge. The ones with the white trunks.
You were right.
So what'd you find?
All right, so we're going to go ahead and upgrade the Leviathan axe here. This is the first opportunity we have to do that. As part of the tutorial, we have to go through all these prompts. But we're going to upgrade the axe, and then I'm going to immediately upgrade Atreus's bow. Now, for the no damage run, Atreus is a huge component of a lot of the strategies, especially late game. So one of my goals in this run is going to be to upgrade Atreus as much as I can. And by the end of the run, you'll see all of his abilities are fully upgraded, his bow is fully upgraded, and I'm able to get him upgraded in his purple tiered gear. So I'm going to go ahead and upgrade some of these abilities here. More or less, they're for minor reasons. Do more frost damage, things like that. Just to basically buff the amount of damage and the utility that I can do. And then I also upgraded the light runic on the axe. And again, that light runic is what I'm going to stick with the entire run. So for these enemies, I just run back down essentially from where we came, and this just helps narrow the enemies into a singular point that I can look at, and I don't have to worry about enemies behind my back or coming from my left or my right. They're just all in front of me. The other thing that this strategy does is it makes it so that some of the enemies cannot hit me. So there's one of them, that one that just stepped in the frame there was actually off to the left behind the tree, and he was shooting at me, but he was shooting the tree. So this strategy also helps to mitigate some of the damage that's coming in, so we don't have to worry about so much at one time.
Paul can kill. You gonna learn to do that too?
I'm not sure.
This road, it leads to the mountain?
Should put you in the right direction, sure. Want to see my wares again?
Come.
It was nice meeting you, Brock. I'll be thinking of a name for your beast.
How about I name her fucking Gratitude? Hey, fucking Gratitude, come over here. I like it.
You left me to fight alone.
I did.
People are one thing. Everything else you fight. Until I say stop or we are dead. Understand? Go your way when we go home.
I understand.
So for this area, you're going to see my strategy heavily utilizes the environment here. So we're going to have a lift, essentially, that opens up, and there are going to be some spikes on the inside of it. And really the strategy just boils down to knowing where the enemies are coming from, and then, just using this to kill them, instead of taking the risk of melee combat and potentially getting hit. So essentially what you're seeing here is the strategy for all the waves. So we hit one time with a heavy attack, and then I freeze it, and that basically puts it in as low as it can possibly be, so it closes the quickest. And so now that I know the guy to my right is dead, I'm just going to focus on this one. And I'll basically rinse and repeat this this strategy with the various waves that are here until there's no more, and then I'll move on. So there is a chest behind me, you know, that would give me a horn to increase rage. I'm not going to go get it at the moment. So I'm going to run forward. We're going to initiate on the puzzle that you have to complete here. And then while Atreus is doing his dialogue, then I'm going to go back and kind of get the things that I left. It really doesn't serve any other purpose, you know, other than to reduce a little bit of time, like a couple of seconds.
Boy,
So if you're doing this run as well, you don't necessarily need to do it this way. This is just how I decided to do it to minimize a little bit of the time off the run.
a riddle.
Maybe there's a clue around here. Wasn't sure we're gonna get out of this.
Trust I will not let us die.
Seems like maybe those rings can be turned.
This way.
The rings are turning. Come back down. I think that part's right. Oh, I think you broke it. Hey, that looks right. That's it. I see runes.
Boy, what do those runes say?
Oh, it says family. That's not a clue. It's the answer. What I alone can never be. Right?
Use your knife and trace the runes into the sand.
Really? Kinslow. Something happened! It worked! I'm happy we met Brock, but I'm happier we're leaving this place.
It is behind us now.
All right, so in this next area is an optional boss. It's the Brenna Daudi.
It is important.
You can actually just run right by this. You don't have to engage on this boss, but I'm going to kill it because it has a heavy runic for the axe that I'm basically going to use solely through the whole run. It's a very, very, very good runic. It has a lot of utility similar to the light runic that I'm using. So I messed this strategy up a little bit. You kind of want to come in and not pop Spartan Rage until, like, literally you're about to get hit. I don't know, I think I misread the boss there. He roared and I thought he was attacking, and so I popped it. It doesn't really matter necessarily, you know, if you understand the boss fight, it's not a big deal, but to maximize the amount of risk you're taking, it does kind of matter. You want to get through the fight as quickly as possible. To reduce that risk. So I mess it up here, and I think I mess it up again at the end, but it really doesn't matter. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just getting safe hits in and running back, and I'm doing that because I want to make sure that when the little enemies, the little ads come in and spawn into the area that I am not surrounded by them. I want to make sure that they're all in front of me or to the side of me, something to that vein. So anytime he does this like kind of fire throw attack, I basically just run a horseshoe around him and then run in. It's a very easy way to dodge, and it's 100% safe. Alright, so to my left, I just heard them spawn in, so now I'm running. And again, I'm running to make sure that they're all in front of me. That way they cannot be around me and you know, hit me off screen. So we got the second wave of them here now. There should be 3 of them if I remember correctly. There's one, another one to the top right, and then the one right there with the boss. And at the time of doing this, I don't even remember seeing the one that was by the boss. I'm kind of running looking for him because I'm like, I know there's supposed to be 3 and I think I only killed 2, so I didn't know where he was actually at the time. So now basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to get him into a position where when he does his attack, I'm not, you know, back up against a wall or in a tiny area. I want a huge section of this area to be able to maneuver around. So, you know, once he does his fire attack, I'm able to go in, and then we can use Runics, or we can use Spartan Rage, or whatever we need to do. So that was a very, very good use of Spartan Rage. Right when he went to do the stomp, I used Spartan Rage, which negates the damage, and also maximizes the use of it. So again, I'm just going to go to the other side. I want him to kind of throw flames here. That would be ideal. And then I would just horseshoe to the right like I've done before and go in again, you know, with runic attack or whatever. And that's the Brenna Daudi fight. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my runic. Again, that was the main reason why I took the risk of, you know, even fighting this this optional boss. Once I get it, I'm going to go ahead and upgrade it, because like I said, this is going to be my main heavy attack on the axe for the remainder of the run. And then I'm going to run around, grab up, you know, whatever resources I need to get here, and then I'm going to move on.
Boy, I hear your animal ahead.
I knew it was a boy.
Shoot when you're ready. Remember, draw to your chin.
But I hit it, didn't I? I did what you said and it looked like it bounced off.
Stay alert.
More of those.
So going into this area, essentially I'm just running around collecting stuff. There's a few artifacts to get and quite a bit of money to get. There's only one enemy in this destroyed village for me to deal with. And it's fairly simple and straightforward. So I'm going to run around, get all this stuff, and then we'll continue on.
Here, it ran under. Boy?
I found it!
Atreus!
That bow's a little big for you, isn't it?
My mother made it for me. Said I'd grow into it.
I've never seen you in these woods. She must miss you being away from home.
She's dead. We're taking her ashes to the highest peak in the realms.
Ashes?
It was her last wish.
Boy,
I'm sorry for your loss. We're here.
You live in a tree?
Not in it. Below it. Hemele!
Look!
It's all right.
Is he friendly?
boy.
I promise you, he's safe.
You won't hurt anyone.
Quickly. Place him on the stave there. This underground passage should put you back on your path to the mountain. Just use the boat. Wait, and take this. You can use it to orient yourself and navigate the world. It will always steer you towards your goals.
So as I regain control of Kratos here, we're going to kind of edge down this way because there are going to be some nightmares. So I'm just trying to edge forward and get the trigger. And then I want to back up. And the reason I want to back up is just to get distance from the enemies and make sure that they can't just, attack me from the right, attack me from the left. That's going to be kind of a recurring theme with my approach to multiple enemies, is trying to keep them all in front of me as much as possible. So I knocked that guy off. That's 100% safe to do. He doesn't actually aggro into the game unless you grab on to this object or you engage him. So you go and hit him. So knocking him off is the better strategy there, because you don't want to have to grab this thing, him come to life, and then you have to get off of it. It just kind of wastes time.
Touch the water.
Why?
Do you know what is under the surface?
No. It's pitch black.
Then do not touch the water.
Now we'll get to the mountain quick. I just can't believe I'm here, and all of us. There was a time I thought I'd never leave our woods. Or even my own bedside.
You are not to blame for your sickness.
Oh, I know. I guess I'm just saying. This is great. There's the mountain. Look how close we are.
We flow into seawater.
How do you know?
Do you not smell it?
If that smells the sea stinks. Look at that. It's Thor.
Thor, god of thunder.
That's right. I never thought you listened when Mother spoke of the gods.
I seldom did. Did she speak of one who could feel no pain?
Oh. That sounds like Baldur.
Baldur.
An Aesir god. Son of Odin and Frigg.
And Odin is king.
That's right. Why do you ask? I see runes there in his chest. Can't quite make it out. We're going to the dock first, right? We'll be the first people to walk on it in who knows how long.
You know that serpent?
He's one of the giants. He's so big he's wrapped around the whole world and bites his own tail.
An exaggeration.
I don't know. Looked pretty big to me. Is this the way to the mountain?
You rush around like that everywhere? Yeesh. Catch! The pile of rocks there? With that key of Yggdrasil, you can open a magic door to the branches of the World Tree. A shortcut between the realms. If you ever see him out in the world, use it to get back to me quick. But it's only one way. Straight back here and nowhere else. And whatever you do, never,
So I'm going to take the opportunity here to go ahead and sell all the items that we've been picking up to this point. I'm going to take that money and I'm going to go ahead and put that into Atreus's quiver. That just allows his arrow recharge time to be reduced so that he can fire faster, which is a huge benefit for some of the stuff that's going to be coming up soon.
Best of luck with all that. Rampage.
So before I move on, down further into the story, I'm going to take this slight detour here
Follow me.
and go to a section of the map directly to the left of the bridge.
New beaches were exposed.
The reason I'm doing this is the area we're about to go into is Alfheim with the Dark Elves, and that is probably the single hardest area in the entire game, given the enemy types that exist in that realm. The Dark Elves are like a real pain in the ass, mostly because they do what every other enemy doesn't do, which is they can block your attacks. And I guess that's not true. Not every enemy. There are some of the Draugrs that can block your attacks with shields, but for the most part, every Dark Elf variant can do that. So one of the talismans you can pick up here early in the game, and I do before we go to Alfheim, is a talisman that allows for a larger window for perfect parrying, which I found to be very, very useful against the Dark Elves. So you can just follow my example, to get to this point. You don't have to fight any enemies unless you go a little bit too far forward in this room towards the center. You'll have a witch that spawns and some other enemies. But otherwise, you can make it to this golden talisman of protection. And again, while that's equipped, any type of perfect parry you do, you'll have an increased window, i.e. chance of successfully parrying that. Which for a lot of the Dark Elves is beneficial because they're up against ledges, and we can simply perfect parry them and knock them over the side. So once I have that, I'm going to go ahead and go back, and then we'll continue forward.
So, know any good stories to pass the time?
What kind of story?
I don't know. Mother always had stories. Weren't you told me when you were a boy?
There was a man I knew long ago. His stories were brief and purposeful.
Sounds fun. Do you remember any?
Enough. Stories are for the boat. We must focus.
Yes, sir.
So the enemies that are going to be in front of me here, there's not a whole lot to talk to as far as strategy. Really, it's just throwing your axe and, you know, making sure you prioritize the ones closest to you. That way you kind of keep them all in line. So, yeah, not too much to talk to here. If they do their little, like, overpower recharge to get their health back, it's not a big deal if you let them finish it. If you can finish them off and kill them before they can do that or interrupt it, it's beneficial. And that's ideal, of course, but if not, you know, obviously prioritize your safety here. You don't want to get hit because you were, you know, too focused or zeroed in on one enemy.
With luck, that tower leads through to the mountain.
I'm ready.
So as I enter this area, there's going to be a couple of Reavers. I think they're called Reavers here. And basically I'm just going to use my Light Runic to stun them and run past them. We don't need to actually fight them. And in fact, on your return through this area, they'll actually be gone. They'll despawn. So it's a risk that you don't need to take. And because I've already done the XP grind and I have all the XP I need for the entire run, I don't need to worry about killing them for XP either. For this enemy, I'm just gonna make the poison go away to spawn him in, and then as soon as he spawns in, just heavy attack him.
Oh, what were those things? They smell awful.
Your mother called them scorn poles. Poison magic. She was the one who showed me how to disable them. What?
It's just funny to think of her teaching me something.
Yes.
So for the enemies in this next area, essentially my strategy is to run to the far side of this path, this trail, and sit on this stone tree, whatever this is, and basically use axe throws and Atreus to kill everything that comes here. Now the reason I do this is because you'll see here soon we've got one of the enemies that likes to burrow running at us. If for whatever reason it burrows underground, normally what it would do is it would, after a second or two, it would, you know, come through the ground and pop up in front of your feet. For whatever reason, I found that if you're standing right up against this tree, it can't do that. It will stay buried forever until you step out from this tree. So this is kind of like like an extra security blanket in case I miss one of these because I have to deal with the guys throwing, you know, poison balls or whatever they're throwing. It gives me an extra layer of safety in that as long as I don't move from here, I don't have to worry about that enemy type popping up under my feet.
Well done.
So now my objective is to essentially go through this area and pick up the various things that are here, i.e. money, gear, so I can sell it off for money. And then there's also a horn for me to get as progression towards maxing out our rage. For this run, we will be maxing out the entire rage bar. That is pivotal for, like, essentially the last couple of sections that you engage in combat in the game. Be it the ship in hell, the kind of like the realm room you go through from Tears from Tears area, and then the final fight with Baldur. We want rage to be maxed out for that to ensure safety and damage.
I can't tell. Are we getting closer to the mountain?
We are.
So as we climb up into this next area, we're going to move down this path, and we're going to have to deal with a witch. Now, I told you guys in the previous encounters with the witches that, you know, I do this a little differently later in the game. Now that we have a couple of abilities, I have a different option, and it's very, very good and very safe when you're dealing with only one witch. So I'm going to throw this in to spawn it in, and then I'm going to shoot the witch with Atreus' shots to bring it out of its immunity state. And then I'm basically just going to shield sweep non-stop. And you can just hold the button like I'm doing here in a second. There we go. So you can just hold the button, and you'll just endlessly do the shield sweep, which will put the witch into a CC'd state, and she won't be able to do anything, and you get a very, very easy safe kill.
Do you think for this last leg up the mountain that maybe I can carry her?
I told you no.
So as you get to the top of this wall, you're going to have a couple of wolves, and you're going to have a reaver to deal with.
What?
And essentially, there's
I spent more time with
no real good explanation other than throw your axe and try to keep them away from you. If you get worried, you know, anything's too close to you and you're worried you're going to take a hit, just hit your runic attack, and you'll either stun them or kill them off. So once the Reaver's dead, there's a couple of exploding jars around here, and it might sound counterintuitive, but we're going to get rid of those. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a run early in this process because I got to this point and the troll happened to hit one of these, or one of the enemies happened to hit one of these and trying to attack me. And I was just in close proximity to it and took, you know, burn damage and explosive damage. So I decided about halfway through the process to just get rid of these and eliminate the risk of one of the variables in this area just being completely out of my control. So the strategy for this is, as we come out of the cutscene, the troll's going to be right in front of you, so you're going to want to light runic attack him, just to stun him and give yourself a second to 180 and run away. Your primary goal here is to not kill the troll. Your primary goal is to get rid of all of these reavers. Now the troll, and you'll see it here in a second if I remember correctly, he picks one of them up and throws it at me. When he does that, he has the chance of killing it. He can throw it off of a ledge or something to that effect. So basically what I want to do is I just want to keep the troll and the reavers separated as much as possible and focus on killing the trolls. Or sorry, killing the reavers while avoiding the troll. In like the beginning of you trying to do this and when I was creating this strategy and trying to figure it out, it's pretty scary, I'm not going to lie. It's very scary. to kind of bob and weave through all of this and make sure that you're not taking a hit. But as you get more comfortable with it, it tends to be pretty straightforward, and it's fairly consistent too. So again, we're just waiting for all the Reavers to be dead. Use your runic attacks as you have them available, and throw your axe as you have it available, and you can safely do it. And then we'll talk to the troll fight once all of these are dead. Alright, so now that it's just you and the troll and essentially a 1v1, what I like to do here for the early game is I like to just use runic attacks, because as you could see a second ago, they keep him stunned. It looks like he's going to hit you, but he won't, as long as you get them off quick enough. And then just dump all your rage into him. You don't need the rage for anything necessarily coming up, and you'll have rage as you need it. For the areas that are coming up where it'll be required. So you can just dump all your rage into him. And then I just kind of run around the room and wait for runic attacks to come up. You can be more aggressive, but this early in the game, you don't have a whole lot of utility. So you would have to like really rely on your perfect parries. And while we have the talisman for that, if you don't need to put yourself at risk, why put yourself at risk? So that's why I know this strategy feels a little slow and a little jank, but it's about as safe as you're going to get it between throwing axe and just using runic attacks and Atreus arrows. So you'll just do that non-stop until he goes into his stun state, and then technically you can either just finish him off, or you can ride on top of him. I just choose to ride on top of him and kill the enemies in the area with him, and then we can move on.
I think you got him. An ogre? Yeah? Who built this place?
So for the early game, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to stack as much strength and runic as I can. And then towards like mid to late game, basically I don't care necessarily about strength anymore, because so many strategies revolve around runic attacks and chaos blades, which primarily gain a boost off of runic.
Indeed.
So for the early game, strength and runic. And then for mid to late game, it's basically all going to be runic stat as much as I can get.
Is that smoke? We're going to another realm? Are you coming with us?
Only for a little while.
Only for a little while. We'll use this. Graythar.
Can't. Sindri said it was broken.
Sindri.
The dwarf at the foot of these hills.
He was fixing it when we got here.
No one was there when I passed by. Perhaps he finished. Dwarves are awfully resourceful.
And irritating, based on the two we have met.
That too. Tyr's temple is at the center of the lake. It is from there we travel to Alfheim. Thankfully, it's no longer underwater.
Why is that creature in the bay?
No one knows. He just appeared one day. Soon after, Thor attacked, and their battle could be felt across all the realms. Ultimately, it ended in a stalemate, and Thor returned to Odin empty-handed. The serpent stayed and grew so large, he now spans all of Midgard.
See? Told you.
They've hated each other ever since. Destined to kill each other come Ragnarok.
You believe in Ragnarok?
I dearly wish I didn't, child.
You know, we actually talked to the World Serpent.
You did?
An exaggeration.
I'm good with languages, even ones I've never heard before. But when he talks, I can't understand any of it.
Sadly, no one can. He speaks a dead tongue.
Oh. Must be lonely.
Watch your step. Just along here.
You sure? We came through here before and there's no way back across. See?
Is that so? Let me show you something. Are you watching? Riosta.
What? It's solid.
Elven architecture. My bowstring was soaked in the Light of Alfheim. It can now reawaken the magic of the elves.
Wait, it won't just disappear, will it?
Not as long as the light shines free. This way.
I want one. Those roots. What kind of magic is that?
It's Vanir.
From Jotunheim?
You know of it?
Just stories. Mother didn't say much about the Vanir gods. Just that they're always at war with the Aesir. As compared to Odin and Thor, they're the good guys.
There are no good gods, boy. Thought I taught you that.
Tyr's temple. Built with help from the giants, Great Tyr used it to travel the 9 realms and keep the peace between them.
Doesn't seem very peaceful. Everywhere we go, we're attacked. Especially by dead things.
The risen dead grow ever more numerous. Once the roads and trails would have been full of people. Now all have hid or fled, save for the Reavers, savage enough to survive in such a world. Make a right at the bottom of these stairs.
Hey, another one of those light crystals.
Wait there while I reawaken the light. Liosta.
That did it. What are we doing exactly?
Mending the disrepair. Start by lifting that axle. Good. Now push it back into place. Now realign the wheel onto the track. Perfect. Now push the bridge along the track.
What? The whole entire bridge is turning. How is the whole entire bridge turning? Boy, you're really strong.
Just keep pushing until the bridge reaches its first position. Tired yet?
No.
He's always been really strong. So about the dead. We heard someone call them Hellwalkers. But what are they?
They are poor, restless souls, denied their judgment and their peace.
By what? Could Vanir magic raise the dead?
It could, once. But this is no spell. This plague of dead is but a symptom of a world out of balance. Something or someone has meddled with powerful forces. That is all I know for sure. That's perfect. Come back up. We're ready now.
That was impressive. You didn't hurt your back, did you?
I did not hurt my back.
Through these doors.
Wait, so did the giants or the elves build Tyr's temple?
All the races helped with its construction. It was the last great act of cooperation between the realms before peace disappeared for good. Lyota.
Your bowstring stopped glowing.
Its power is now depleted. Only a few knocks of magic remained in the bowstring, and we used them. Your bow, please. Once you claim the Light of Alfheim, infuse the bowstring with its power. Don't forget.
You talk like you're not coming with us.
I'll try, but measures were taken to keep me trapped in Midgard.
Why?
The gods don't care for me much.
Is this it? It's so dark.
This temple has been asleep, underwater for almost 150 winters. It needs only the light of the Bifrost to reawaken.
Those roots don't look like your magic.
They aren't. These roots are part of the Great World Tree, and make travel between the realms possible.
How does it work?
You will need this, a Bifrost, to create... The bridge you pushed outside is currently positioned to lead to the realm of Vanaheim. Instead, turn the wheel to our actual destination, Alfheim.
Wait, is this moving the big bridge outside?
Yes, the wheel turns the bridge, and the bridge aligns to the different realm towers on the lake outside.
Wait, there's no tower on this one.
And that's why realm travel to Jotunheim is impossible. Without a tower for the bridge to lock into, the sequence can't begin. Every realm has a travel rune that unlocks the bridge to that realm. I'm giving you the one for Alfheim. Now you can lock in your destination. We're ready. Remember to take the Bifrost. You don't want to lose that. Now the realm travel bridge will align, and the realm between realms will open. See that giant crystal? Each realm has a corresponding one that focuses and amplifies the power of the Bifrost, opening the bridge to that realm. That's why realm travel is only possible from this room.
What about that one realm tower missing from the lake?
The Jotunheim Tower disappeared from all realms over 100 winters ago, when the giants vanished from Midgard. Where the tower went and how they moved it remain a mystery.
It didn't work. We're still here.
Follow me.
The Bifrost is dark.
This trip was its last use. There's no going back until it's replenished with the Light of Alfheim.
So we are trapped.
Someone of your ability should have little trouble getting back to Midgard.
And we'll be able to make that black bread. I think you killed it. Whoa, what's that about?
Not our concern, boy. Focus.
Alright, so after I get this chest, we're going to have a couple of enemies that are going to be in front of me here. 3 to be exact. Once you get done with this locked camera position, the enemies are going to drop down to your left and to your right.
It is war.
And so what I like to do here is I like to just go ahead and use your light runic to stun them, cut the tendrils, and then run through. There's 2 reasons for this. One is the same thing I've kind of been preaching, which is putting all of the enemies in front of you. And then the second is that there is a spot a little bit forward of where I'm standing to where the enemy's AI cannot see beyond that point. So if they get too close to me and I feel threatened, like I'm worried I might take a hit, I can simply just back off and the game's AI will just drop out. They'll just turn around and disengage from me and walk away, which is very, very, very useful. for safety. So once there's one guy left, we can just run in and finish him off with standard melee attacks, and then that's that. Now, the only reason I kill these guys is because if you don't kill them, like you could run through them, go do all of Alfheim, and then come back. But they're going to be waiting there. They don't despawn like the ones that I ran past earlier. So you definitely want to kill those guys, and I think that's the best way to do it.
Where were you even carrying those? Done and done.
So I'm selling things off. I'm going to pick up the strength and runic pummel here. And then the most important thing to pick up here is the talisman for Eternal Fury that is going to allow me to gain rage whenever I want. I'm going to use this a lot in the run to make sure that for certain hard combat encounters that I will have full rage. So grabbing that talisman, you can ensure that you will always have full rage when you want it. You might have to wait a while. I think it's like a minute and 10 seconds or something like that per use that it's on cooldown. But
Not much.
you know, if you need full rage, you need full rage. It's not a speed run, right? So use it, get full rage, and then you can go into an encounter at 100% capacity.
Huh?
Again, I said nothing.
Wait, this one you said something.
What is it, boy?
Voices! You don't hear that?
I hear nothing.
It's going away now. It was screaming. Lots of voices. Angry. You really didn't hear that?
No.
It felt evil. Look, should we try talking to them?
No.
But maybe they need help.
They do not stop us, so they do not concern us.
But
They
maybe...
do not concern us.
Look at that. That must be the Ring Temple. It's sad the elves can't work things out. Alfheim's such a beautiful... The blue door! That's gotta be the entrance. Let's go!
Careful, boy.
So once we come out of this cinematic or whatever, we're going to start getting waves of dark elves spawning in.
Bridge is gone.
So as soon as I'm able to gain control of Kratos, you'll see that I'm going to move to my left and I'm going to prepare for one of them to come in. I'm going to go in and just shield bash him off the side. Once we do that, basically it's just all axe throws while keeping the enemies away from you as much as possible and trying to ensure that they're all in front of you, prioritizing enemies on the far left to the far right. And the reason I say that is because if you're prioritizing enemies on the right, like because of the camera angle, Kratos' like shoulder, shield, all that can kind of block enemies on your left, and you might not be able to track them coming in to hit you. So as you're throwing your axe, you always want to prioritize enemies from the left side of the screen over to the right side of the screen to make sure you always have that visibility. Alright, so we're going to go up here and spin one of these wheels. It doesn't really matter which one you do. You have to do both. But after you spin the first one of the two, you're going to get more dark elves that spawn in. Essentially, I'm going to do the exact same
Okay,
thing. I
so
know where
that
the
is
first
something.
couple are going to spawn, so I'm just going to go prepare for that. As they come in, we're going to throw the first one off if possible, and then we'll deal with the other ones in the same manner that I described before.
What is that problem with us?
We do not belong here.
Wait, combined together like that, they kind of look like a room. It doesn't make sense.
Come, back to the boat.
It's sad the elves can't work things out. Alfheim's such a beautiful place, but war makes it ugly.
Oh, we will finish that later.
Father, the pillars and ring form an elvish rune.
What does it ask?
Without me or within me, death is sure. Yet within you, I am life most pure. Yep, it's water, all right.
Boy!
It was the voices again, but different voices. Less angry. They were asking for help.
We are here for the light. I do not care who they are, nor what they want.
You never care about anything.
You have something to say?
No. Ruler. What's happening? Whoa! Look what we found! Father?
Yes.
The voices I heard, it was hard to make out, but way in the back I'm pretty sure I heard Mother.
That is not possible.
But I know what I heard.
Atreus, enough.
He looks different. Look at those horns.
Behind me, boy.
So as we come out of this locked camera position, we're going to get some dark elves that spawn in, and I'm simply just going to turn around and run. And the reason that I do this is, one, I want to get distance so I can throw. And then two, you'll see that I'm standing right up against this small pillar or whatever this object is. What that allows me to do is make sure that the dark elves cannot attack me through line of sight. So for whatever reason, the way their enemy AI is looking at me is I have to go to that object and then go around it. So because they have to go around it, they will never attack me until they go around it. Which means that I am 100% safe throwing my axe until they're literally right on top of me. And if they were right on top of me, we use light runic, heavy runic, whatever we need to do. 99% of the time, they never make it that far. As long as you're, prioritizing the right dark elves and landing your axe hits. So I just wanted to point out that this is kind of a manipulation of the enemy AI and understanding how that AI works and using it to my benefit. So I'm going to run around and pick up the various hack silver, bags that are around, and then I'm going to move forward. We're going to have some more enemies to deal with. I'm going to deal with them the exact same way. We're just going to throw axe, use Atreus shots. If I can knock anyone off the side, we'll knock them off the side. Now, you do have a heavy here on the far left, in addition to the Dark Elves. He runs and moves faster than they do, but as long as you're kind of ping-ponging back and forth with your axe throws, you'll usually keep everyone in line and about at the same distance.
think that side hallway will get us to the temple?
We will find out.
You were wrong back there.
Oh,
I know Mother's voice better than anyone. It was her.
she is gone, boy. Speak no more of this.
Fine.
Boy! Hold on, boy! Fight!
Get away from me!
Run, boy!
So for the next area, we're going to have 2 Dark Elves, what I call elite Dark Elves. And basically, you just want to come in here and runic at the one on the far left, and 99% of the time, you light runic, which will spin him around, heavy runic, and then use the extra attack from the heavy runic, from you upgrading the heavy runic, and you'll send him right off the side. So I think it was around this time in the run, 2 hours in or something, where I was like, I feel like I'm moving so slow. And decided to kind of go back to the, speed run type mechanics of movement through the game. And that's what you're seeing here. So you're going to see that a lot.
Okay.
Basically, I can't remember the name of the ability, but basically you're just holding aim down and you're dodging and then like light attacking. And you basically just rotate through that over and over and over again. And you'll get this nice kind of dodge punch, which is a fairly fast movement. So as I get to the top of this, we're going to have to deal with 2 more Dark Elves. I believe these are elites. Essentially, I just run in and runic and do kind of the same strategy as before. I just try and throw one of them off immediately and put myself into a 1v1. Once I'm in the 1v1, then it doesn't really matter. We can just deal with the Dark Elf as needed. Now you can see that one did spawn in behind me, so you want to kind of get the original 2 off the map as soon as you can. If not, you want to try and stun the one that you're in the 1v1 with, and then turn around and one-shot throw the one that's up on the cliff. I forgot that he shoots 3 times there. Almost got hit. So we'll finish this guy off, and then we got the Stone Ancient to worry about. So for the Stone Ancient, I'm basically just going to take cover behind this centerpiece here, which will protect me from his damage, but allow me to still hit him. Now, once he goes into a vulnerable state, you can actually run in there and grab him and, beat the crap out of him. The problem is that all these little rocks that are to the right of Kratos that the Ancient drops every time you hit him, they explode and do damage to you. So if you're standing on them after a predetermined amount of time and they explode at your feet, you take damage. So I decided quite a while back that just do the same strat, just hit him, and don't get close to him to risk taking that damage. So as you can see, once he's dead, we have 2 more elites to deal with. Basically, deal with them in the same way. You know, heavy axe throws, if they get too close, do runics, try and shove them off the side with the heavy runic.
How'd I do?
Not bad, but not good either.
Well, there it is.
Watch our backs, boy.
You're freezing at first. Smart. That did it. We brought the main bridge back.
We must find a way up.
Hey, that could be valuable. The light makes more than bridges. Maybe this will spit us out on top. Look! The blue door! We made it!
So the game wants us to go right here to continue the main story. We're gonna take a slight detour to the left, and this is just to pick up
Those bells.
our third horn to increase our Spartan Rage bar, which is going to be absolutely required for a section coming up soon. So not much to talk to here. This is going to kind of follow a prescription. Basically, anytime we can sell, we're going to sell. Anytime we can upgrade, we're going to upgrade. And that'll be essentially what we do at the shop the majority of the time. I'll definitely point out when I buy anything that's required for the run. But from now on, I'm not going to speak to selling off and upgrading
Sindri get
any
ahead of
items.
He and the blue one do seem to travel quickly.
Okay, so as we come out of this tunnel, we need to drop down, and as soon as we drop down, I have to get a perfect throw. It doesn't matter whether it's a heavy or a light attack, but I have to get a throw on that Dark Elf. I call those Dark Elf sorcerers. They basically spawn in other Dark Elves, and when they're up in the air, kind of moving their staff around, that's them casting, so to speak. So you want to hit them, and if you hit them, it doesn't matter what you hit them with, but if you hit them, you will stop that. So that obviously reduces the risk of being damaged because I only have to deal with one enemy instead of 3. Okay, so what we're gonna do after I cut this. There's a bunch of nightmares in front of us, so I want to aggro them, and then I'm going to move all the way back. Now, the reason I'm moving back is similar to the reason I explained when we came down the elevator. I'm going to stand behind this pillar, because that basically tells the enemy AI, hey, you can't go straight to him, you got to go to the left or the right around him. And then this, like, kind of rubble, rock, tree, whatever is, you know, kind of laid out horizontally through the area where I'm aiming at, it actually stops the nightmares from being able to also come directly at me. So essentially they have to all funnel through this small little gap on the right, as do the Dark Elves that you can see there. So it basically forces all the enemies into this one nice tight little area that the enemy AI can only see Atreus and can't see me. So again, you know, basically throw axe if they get too close like this one did, use runic attacks, use Atreus arrows, and you know, deal with them in that manner.
I'm out of breath. I bet it was beautiful here before the dark hours.
There, the light.
They've covered it up with that stuff. Why would they do that? Look, another light up. What's he doing? Oh no!
So as we get into this next area, we're going to have one of the sorcerers here, and that is your immediate priority. You need to stop that from casting. So what I like to do is I like to just run forward and then Spartan Rage. And after you Spartan Rage, just straight try and, you know, hit him, do whatever you need to do to stop that cast. Now this strategy went a little awry. When I went into Spartan Rage, I accidentally hit the button again, which on PC with mouse and keyboard, target locks the enemy. So it target locked me to the one going off the side, which stopped me from being able to get to the sorcerer as quickly as I normally would, which is why it took like 3 slams, I think it was, to interrupt his cast. It all worked out, but it did not at all go to the normal strategy. So I just wanted to point that out for anyone that thought that was exactly how it was supposed to go. That was worst case scenario, but I was able to get through it without damage, so that was good.
That did it! Look! More light bridges!
Follow me.
Okay, so for this next area, it's almost an identical situation to the last one, where I got mostly the strategy right, but some things happened and kind of messed the strategy up, so I had to kind of just fall back on, you know, just basically throwing axe. So as you can see, there's a bunch of nightmares here. We're going to clear these out, and once we clear these out, we're going to go forward, and we're going to edge forward until we hit a trigger. And once we hit that trigger, we're going to get a nightmare and a sorcerer that come into the area. And so what the strategy is supposed to be is the nightmares, I'm supposed to prioritize the nightmares and kill them off. Unfortunately, I'm not able to get the second nightmare before the sorcerer gets to this location. So when the normal strategy is the nightmare wouldn't be here, and I would freeze the sorcerer like he is now, and then I would just run in and shove him off with the shield. However, because I didn't have that second nightmare killed, I had to then prioritize the nightmare, which means I had to pull the axe out, unfreezing the sorcerer, and as you can see, it just kind of snowballed. When this happens, if for whatever reason the strategy doesn't work out with the sorcerer, the way you can keep the sorcerer from summoning in 2 additional dark elves is to just simply stay really far away from him. Him being able to do that attack is mostly reliant on distance to you. So as long as you stay ranged from him, you won't have to deal with that attack for the most part. Alright, Alright, so as that's done, we can now move forward and go into the next area. Now I am going to take an opportunity to fully max my rage bar here. And the reason I'm doing that is because this is the absolute last area before what I like to call the Dark Elf run. Before the Dark Elf run, that you can use your talisman. Beyond this point, even though you can pull your shield out, you cannot use it. So I'm going to take a few seconds, you'll see here, or a minute, whatever it happens to be. Wait for the talisman to recharge. Once it recharges, I'm going to use it again. That will give me full rage to prepare me for the Dark Elf run coming up.
I don't think we're supposed to be in here.
Quiet.
Did you hear that?
Stay alert and by my side.
Hey, when we make it to the light, how do you think we get it into the Bifrost?
The witch said to step into it
She did?
when she was ripped away from this realm.
Oh, how did I miss that?
You are more concerned with her safety than our goal. Quiet.
That was close.
Do not stray from me, boy.
You don't gotta tell me. Oh, it's so sticky. Another one!
Stay back.
Now
There. When it falls, be ready. We will need to move quickly.
So the strategy going into this next area, guys, is very scripted, okay? So as soon as you come out of the cutscene here, you have to 100% be spamming your Light Runic, and then you need to sprint. You want to get as far as you possibly can before you're about to be hit, and then pop Spartan Rage. After that, you want to just, in a controlled manner, you want to punch. So not spamming the button, but you just want to like punch, 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 punch. And if you do it properly, and you have a bit of luck with RNG and the placement of the Dark Elves, you'll be able to get all the way down to this point in one rage bar. And once you get far enough down, basically a few meters in front of this this interaction here, once you get that far down, the enemies despawn and they can't attack you anymore. So, like I said, there is a little bit of RNG with that. Sometimes the Dark Elves can spawn into the bridge, the Dark Elf run, like I said, in such a way that the game will kind of hone in on too many of them and hold you up. If that happens, there's really nothing you can do about it. So getting through that no damage is,
Atreus?
I'd say 85% of the time you'll make it, and then the other 15%, you might get hit through no fault of your own.
he always leaves. He's never here. He doesn't want me, and he never will. doesn't know me. Doesn't seem to want to. I'm strong. I'm smart. I'm not what he thinks I am. I know better. He doesn't talk to me. Doesn't teach me. It should have been him. Do you hear me? Him, not you. Except... I don't mean that. You know I love him. I just wish he was better. I know he can. So if he tries, I'll try. But if he doesn't, please come back. I know you're out there somewhere.
Boy, your bow. On my mark, loose your arrow into the stone.
It worked.
We can now make our way back. Come.
That stairway's blocked. There's a light, slowhead. Just laying there. Maybe it'll help us get out of this stupid place.
Alright, so we want to edge forward here. We're going to get a few nightmares coming into the area, so we want to take those out. Again, you want to stay on the bridge here because it confuses the enemy AI. They think they have to come to the bridge and then down it. So again, it creates that nice funnel effect where it puts all of them in front of you. And we're going to get 2 Dark Elves that spawn here once we connect the bridge and run about halfway down or so. As soon as that happens, just turn around and stand basically where I am with the mound of whatever that is to our right. And you want to just throw at the first Dark Elf. And the reason I stand here is because it protects you from the line of sight from the second Dark Elf, which is a ranged attack Dark Elf type. So once we finish the first one, just run over here to where you can basically see the knees below. And just throw axe, shoot Atreus arrows until it's dead. If you do that properly, it won't be able to attack you, so it's 100% safe.
Crystal, if you find me an angle.
Let us make our way back up.
So we're going to get a few enemies that come into this area, and one of them, unfortunately, is a sorcerer. There's really no good strat here. In fact, if I remember correctly, I get super lucky where basically I stun it on the bridge and it happens to fall off the side, which was just really lucky. Right there, there it is. It just goes right off the side. Again, generally speaking, you would just, you know, stay far back, throw axe as they funnel down this bridge. If the sorcerer does his kind of float in the air, spinny spear thing, as he's trying to cast and bring more in, just hit him, and you'll stop that cast. That is priority. We're going to have 1 or 2 Dark Elves up here. I can't remember. I seem to always forget this one. Either way, it's trivial. We're just going to runic attack them, so it's not really going to matter. So for this one, we can just freeze and knock them off the side. Very simple.
Where are you taking that? You gonna carry that everywhere?
I just might.
Oh look! The blue door that's not a door.
And a sand bowl.
How do you expect me to reach it?
Alright, so at this point, we want to go ahead and get our next horn, so just follow my example here to acquire that.
You can reach the bowl now.
Uh-huh. Not ready.
What does this mean?
Seed.
Remember the shape.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead.
Greatest man or tallest tree begins as any more than me. Yeah, it's seed. Stupid rails. So, it's a door after all.
Do you see any other way?
No.
Then...
So we're going to get 2 of the witches in this area. You know, once we, I'm going to kind of edge forward here, and once we trigger them, I'm going to back up basically on the bridge that we came in on. There's really not a great way to deal with these while there's 2. When there's 1, you can use a similar technique like I've used before. But while there's 2, simply just hold shield, throw axe when it's safe. You have to very, very, very carefully pay attention to the attacks coming in at you, because it can be confusing at times. You can kind of think there's only 1 and then there's actually 2. So be very careful, pay attention to those, hold shield, use Atreus to attack. Once you have 1 done, Like I said, you do have options for the second one. I don't think I use it here. I think I just throw axe. But you could throw axe, and if you get it frozen, you could run in and do this shield sweep technique over and over again to finish it off.
It would help me if you would hold the light up so I could see where I'm shooting.
Use your ears. Adapt.
I am.
So for this area, as soon as we cut this crystal down, we're going to get 3 enemies that come in. Throw axe when they get close enough, use runics. Very, very simple strategy here.
Plan on carrying the crystal everywhere like the last one?
If need be.
So I put on golden talisman protection for the enemy coming up, and then also the boss fight we have coming up. So as you come out of here, you're going to get a heavy that's going to spawn. I think it's based off of camera position. Usually it spawns on the right. This time it spawned on the left. Either way, wherever it spawns, perfect parry, throw it over the side.
Boy, shoot.
I know how it works.
So for the boss fight here, there's not a whole lot to talk to, really. It's kind of just following simple rules. Again, the Dark Elves are kind of a pain in the ass just because of the way they react to your attacks versus how essentially every other enemy in the game reacts to them. So at the very beginning, like you saw, dump all your runic attacks on him, use all your Spartan Rage on him. And then you're basically, from this point until he's about 50% HP, you're just simply doing perfect parries, hitting him as you can hit him. And that's about it. It's fairly simple. Once he gets, I think it's below 50%, he actually changes and varies his attacks. And then you have to be a little bit more careful in the way you approach it. But for the most part, what you're seeing here is a rinse and repeat. So if you're trying to do this and you're having an issue with any given ability that he does, just kind of see how I handle it and try and mirror that strategy. So it's going to be in a little bit more on his bar. I think once you get him down to 2 life bars. He's then going to start doing basically a slam attack right here. So my preferred strategy, as you saw, was just to time it and dodge roll backwards away from him. That coupled with the dodge forward attack with the axe works very, very well. In hindsight, I probably should have runic attacked him instead of trying to dodge all that stuff. Would have finished him off a lot sooner and with not as much risk.
can't be.
What did it say?
That we made a grave mistake. Dave. Let me guess. You're gonna be smug and say you told me we shouldn't get involved.
That is enough. Do you remember the answer?
Yeah.
Boy, read this. Boy, what's that say?
Only time you want to talk to me is when you need
Do you want to tell me something?
I said, the only time you care to talk to me is when you need me to translate for you. If Mom was
If
here...
your mother was still alive, we would not be here at all. Atreus.
Forget it.
Fine.
So? Was she mine?
Who?
You know.
Oh, she was not there.
Not like you would even care if she was.
Mind your tongue, boy! In the light, I felt only moments pass. If that is of some comfort to you.
That's good to know. Really. So, should we go back to Midgard? Face the Black Breath? Or do you think there's more to see in this realm?
You're back. I see you've been busy.
How observant.
I am known for my attention to detail. You boys look like you're gearing up for quite the journey.
I have a confession. All those voices in my head. Well, this wasn't the first time. Back when we met Rock, was one about something hiding in the trees. That's why she didn't want to cross.
She told you.
Well, I could just feel what she was feeling. What she was afraid of.
It happens again. You tell me. Understand?
What now?
We have the light. To Midgard.
It's crazy to think that all the realms exist in the same space, one on top of the other. It's like this room lets us travel without moving.
What'll it be? Okay, if that'll hold you for now.
So as I mentioned earlier, in early game, basically I'm focusing on strength and runic. So we're going to go ahead and upgrade at this point to essentially strength-based gear. And then later on, we'll swap to more runic-based gear.
So, you're sticking around for grains of wisdom?
Do you remember the way back to the Black Rune?
Of course. We need to walk across the bridge to the Helheim Tower. Are we going to the Black Breath? Or exploring?
So what I'm doing here, guys, I'm taking another detour. What the game wants us to do is kind of continue down the bridge and head back that way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to head towards Fafnir's storeroom. And the reason I'm doing that is because it's a very simple area. We're going to have to fight some
Sad the elves
enemies.
can't work things out.
But it's a very simple area to get through without too much risk. That holds another horn to upgrade the Spartan Rage Bar. So I'm going to head there. I'm going to pick up a bunch of money and various items while we're going through it. But the ultimate goal here is just to get that chest, to get the horn, and then I'm going to come back.
Wars are fought for two things, survival or advantage. Battles may be won by the better soldier. Wars are won by those who are willing to sacrifice everything to ensure victory.
I know of a place that may contain some useful treasure.
Atreus, to me! Be ready!
What's that up there?
Locked. Find another entrance.
Any interest in checking it out?
Look at this place. This must be a branch of the World Tree.
Boy, stay on the path.
Right, I know.
So you may be wondering why I'm not going straight down the bridge. why are you going back to the boat? So essentially I'm just skipping an encounter. If you go down the bridge, you'll hit a trigger that spawns in a couple of enemies. However, if you take this path and you just kind of boat around it, you can come up right at the door where you need to go to continue, and you won't hit that trigger, so you won't spawn those enemies. Thus, you won't have to risk taking damage.
There was one that concerned a hare and a tortoise, but set that aside. We must proceed on foot.
Can we finish later?
Perhaps.
Oh look! The witch's magic is still coming to scorn. Save us some time.
Alright, so as soon as we come into this area, I am beelining it for this first wolf. Basically, we want to get this wolf taken out as soon as possible, and I want to turn around and then have every other enemy in front of me. And we're just going to deal with these with runic attacks, both mine and Atreus's, and axe throws. Once that's done, I want to immediately get on the lift to my right, and then we're going to take it back up to get back to the mountain path that we were at earlier.
Father, do you think I could carry her now?
No.
But
I said no.
Okay. So who do you think carved the face in the mountain?
You would know better than I.
Thanks.
Now watch your step. Carelessness will only delay.
Well, there's the Black Rune again. What do now?
We see if the... Come, let us finish this. Then we climb.
You know, Mother said the giants used to visit the Midgard Mountains before they disappeared.
Disappeared.
Yeah, I guess they just up and left one day. No one knows why.
Perhaps they returned to their home.
Jotunheim? Maybe. I wonder if the face in the mountain was a tribute to some important giant. The mouth! We made it!
More black dragons.
That entrance matches the one on the door to Jotunheim into his temple. The giants did come here. Is that a deer?
Alright, so I'm going to throw on the protection talisman again, and I'm going to move up to the left here after we light these crystals. We're going to have 2 enemies to deal with. Not a big deal. Use runic attacks. Very, very simple. Use perfect parries. So what I was trying to do there, and I didn't remember that was the case, but watching it back. So I was throwing my axe and spinning it. You know, you kind of throw it like a lightsaber almost, and it spins around. And I was doing that because I was trying to hit the enemies in the back. If you happen to hit the enemies in the back with that attack, on quite a few enemy types, those included, you'll basically fill their stun bar immediately. Like that one attack will fill their stun bar, and then you can just insta-kill them. So that's what I was trying to do, and obviously I was too far away at one point. I wasn't at the right angle at another point. It happens, but I wanted to explain that, because you might be looking at it like, what the hell is he doing?
There's a crystal in that torch holder. Should I light it? Guess we have to...
These passages seem too small for giants. Why do you laugh?
Oh, you're serious.
I am always serious.
I forget. Mom always said you never took an interest in history. Giants are just a race, like elven ultrafolk. They're big.
What of the world serpent?
In that case, giant also is big. There's only one of them.
Alright, so that's our first piece of gear that's runic centric that I'm going to be using. We'll find some other runic gear in chests like that, and I'll be using that stuff for quite a while. So as soon as you come through this, you're going to want to throw your axe, which repositions the witch, and then you're going to want to hit her with Atreus, and then pop Spartan Rage, run up, and knock her over the side. It sounds really difficult, but it's very simple and very consistent once you practice it a little bit. And it's also a technique we're going to use quite a bit later on in the game. So this is another strategy section that did not go the way that it should have. So what I should be doing here is throwing axe at this guy, and then all of the enemies should be walking down the right path. However, this one on the left decided to come down the left side. So I had to kind of deal with this in a very improv type manner. Which was a little unfortunate and kind of scary because I had not practiced this or really had a backup strategy. But it all worked out. So now I'm just going to go through the area and get a couple of things, and then we're going to go get another horn. that's also in this area.
Just look at this place. It feels so...
Dead.
I was gonna say ancient, but that works too. You know that was
So the last rune you need for this horn is in front of you. Basically, do not go further than where I was. If you go too far down that bridge, you'll actually spawn in a couple of enemies behind you, and obviously you don't want to have to fight something that you don't absolutely have to. So with that, we just increase the Spartan Rage bar again. That'll be the second of 3 that we do that. So we're sitting pretty right now as far as resource goes, which is a good thing.
Let's hang on to it. This is a lot of bodies.
Tell me what you see.
Well, they look like men, not giants.
Correct. Thieves seeking treasure. See the traps?
Oh yeah, lucky for us they set them all off.
Be grateful these stay dead.
The statue! We made it across!
So as we go through this door, we're gonna have an enemy that's gonna kind of shoot like a lava trail at us with his slam attack. So you want to move to the right, and then we're just gonna shield bash him off the side. You're then gonna run up, and you're gonna heavy attack these 2 enemies, and with the follow-up attack from the heavy, you'll break them and shatter them into the wall. And then for this guy, since he has a shield, we're gonna Light Runic to turn him around, and then we're gonna throw Axe, which will get him into that stun state, and we can finish him off.
Where's he now?
The peak is still our goal. We find a way up.
Wow. The highest peak in the realms. Think Mom knew this was the Giant's Mountain?
No, her request has been more complicated than she could have foreseen.
What's that? Weird. There's a candle all tangled up with string and some sort of animal part. Some kind of lantern? No wick, though.
That is of no use to us. The Bifrost lights our way.
Hello!
Stop that!
Come on, I was just... Okay. Whoa. What is all this? Where are we?
A mine. And if this claw reaches the summit, our goal is near.
Alright, how do we use it?
Okay, so as soon as we interact with this, we're gonna get a cutscene, and coming out of this cutscene, we're gonna move this wheel, and it's gonna break the wall in front of us and spawn enemies. So there are a lot of enemies here. Essentially, the strategy is to move left, which kind of makes their AI move to the left and free up on the right. And then we're just gonna run around on the right and run by them. We don't need to fight these, and in fact, they'll despawn once we get far enough down this path we're going.
More traps.
There's a tunnel, but you won't fit. Wow. How big is this place?
It is a mountain. Big.
So as I clear into this next area, basically I want to aggro these enemies, and I want to fight them from here, more or less. And the reason that is because to my top right, if we went too much further, we would end up spawning in one of the ranged enemies. And, you know, then I would kind of be surrounded. Not necessarily true, but kind of surrounded. So sitting back and fighting them from this vantage point keeps me out of range of that enemy, and then allows me to fight these one at a time instead of all at the same time.
No match for us.
So sadly, me calling the wolves there was not intentional. I held the Atreus shoot button a little bit too long and called that in. So that's not something that you need to do. That was a mistake.
Think you can move it? Looks kind of heavy. It moved! And we're stuck. Hearts don't tax the...
I see that.
Let's go! That's it! Look! Another lantern!
Broken. Leave it.
What could they be for? There's something special about them. I can feel it. I think it's up ahead. That looks heavy. No way. You did it! I bet we can make the rope wheel work now. Might give us the way to the top.
So as soon as we drop, we're going to have another one of the big trolls coming in. Essentially, we're just going to do as much damage to this guy as we can before he goes active. You can see I'm using Cleave attack. Cleave is very, very, very effective against these enemies, especially this one at this point in the run. So I'm just going to use Cleave, and then around 50%, we're going to end up getting ads in, and then we're going to have to kind of run away and do a couple of different things. So whenever he does this slam attack, you need to run around him, because he does this kind of like slide left-right with the pillar that he's holding. Alright, so the enemies have come in. He's below 50% now, so the other enemies are spawning in now. And so now I need to prioritize these, and this is going to hopefully look very similar to the first, or I guess the second one of these we did, the optional boss, where I got the heavy runic attack. where we kind of run around and around and around and kind of deal with the smaller enemies, and then once they're out of the picture, we deal with the bigger enemies, all while making sure that, you know, I'm keeping distance and keeping eyes on the big guy, so I don't accidentally take a hit from him.
Almost there. I don't think so.
So once he gets down and around, say 25% or so, he starts doing that, or he has the ability to start doing like this, like swing back and forth with his pillar. And so that's the reason why I've kind of taken a much more defensive approach here and staying distance from him, is because it's really hard to tell, at least for me anyways, it was really hard to tell when that was coming. And by the time he would start doing it and I would actually realize it, generally it would be too late to take the hits.
Kinda scary sometimes.
Back to the wheel.
So we just gained the ability to upgrade the axe again, so we're going to take a slight detour here, go back to Brock, and I'm going to upgrade the axe, and I'm also going to upgrade Atreus' bow, which will give us the ability to upgrade his skills, which will be very useful for some of the things we're about to face, and then also for what we're going to have to deal with after the dragon boss fight.
Anything else for you? Good to see you sweating the details. Always a pleasure. Now buck right along.
It fits. That's perfect. Here we go. Do you think this goes all the way to the top?
We will see soon enough.
Something feels strange up there. We're heading into danger.
Do not concern yourself with what might be. Focus on what is, and be vigilant.
Yes, sir. Not the top, but we're closer. Wait!
Stay back. The tunnel boy.
Got it. Be careful.
More tests.
Dwarves must have carved these tunnels around the giant's traps. Good thing, too. Well, good for me, anyway. Oh, come on!
That is not helping.
See you on the other side.
Enemies ahead!
Another mining rig. It's all the way up as we thought. That did it! Or not. We're still too low. Alright, we're moving again. Hey, when we get to the summit, how far do you think we'll be able to see? The lake? The world serpent? Our house?
We will see. When we get there. Until then, eyes open.
So I've got full rage, and I've made sure that I've got the abilities I need. We've got runics that are not on cooldown; they're available. So we're gonna get quite a few enemies that come on to this elevator lift thing, and it's more or less just like a gauntlet fight, right? They just come in wave after wave after wave. There really isn't like a strategy per se that I came up with for this beyond the first couple and knocking them off. Basically after that it's just perfect parries and trying to send enemies over the side, that coupled with runics, and then basically saving everything for the final section where we get a troll that kind of comes into the this small little area that we're in.
That for fun.
I get it. I should worry more. Is this where we get off?
No, we are stuck.
How much farther do we have to go?
I do not know.
Think we'll get attacked again?
Definitely.
Oh boy.
Yes. Now be ready.
So similar to the previous, or one of the previous trolls we fought, basically I kind of ignore the troll here. I want to make sure that all the other enemies are cleared in this area, because fighting the troll in this small area is not a problem. It's having to move around the troll while dealing with and moving around everything else. So essentially you're going to see I'm prioritizing everything but the troll. Using Atreus' wolves there to kind of stun and CC everything so that I could deal with all of the smaller enemies, and then I can focus on the troll last. So one of the mistakes I made here was not jumping on the troll to finish him off, because there's going to be other enemies that spawn into the area that I'm now going to have to fight up front, where I could potentially take damage. Now they're not too difficult, but you could still potentially take damage, whereas if you're on the troll, there's no possible chance of you taking damage, and you're able to kill them a lot quicker.
Stuck again.
No.
I think we're safe now.
It would seem.
Father, after we scatter Mother's ashes, what then? What comes next?
Nothing comes next. We go home.
That's it? The adventure is over?
For now. But we will have much to do. You were right earlier on the boat after cutting down the last tree. You said it felt like something had changed. And it has. And our home is no longer safe. But it will be again. And we must continue your trading.
Okay. We're almost at the summit. Nothing's gonna stop us.
Calm yourself, boy, and stay behind me.
Yes, sir!
So for this first introduction to the dragon, there's not a whole lot here. You're just basically gonna attack its claw. Whenever the dragon comes in for a bite, just hold shield. You can do pretty much whatever attacks you want. You could use runics if you wanted. But once you do enough damage, it'll push past this phase. But simply just attack and hold shield.
That was intense.
Hold.
Whoa, what was that? That looks like a root of the Yggdrasil tree. Is that its sap?
Crystallized sap. And there is power inside.
Incredible. I can't believe we fought a dragon. I was aiming for his eyes, but I kept losing my footing. Do you think this is their home? Did they move in after the giants left? Or are they why the giants left?
Boy, the air grows thin here. No more questions.
Oh, yes. I see. Sounds like someone's screaming.
Wait, wait.
Hey, Ugly! Over here!
So we're being taken to the arena where we're going to fight the dragon now, and sadly the dragon fight really doesn't have a whole lot to speak to. Pretty much it's hold shield and make sure that you stand by one of the sap tree spawns right here, so that you're already in a position to throw them as soon as you need them. Now, one thing to note is whenever the dragon does lightning, if you hit the dragon, it will always do lightning again. It will never follow it up with a different attack. It will always just do another lightning. So that's good to remember and good to know. Because essentially once you've gotten the first one, you know that you just need to run over and grab another sap and prepare to throw it. Anytime the dragon's walking, just hold shield. That way the shockwaves from its feet don't connect with you, because if they do, I believe they do damage. It's actually been so long since I've taken damage on this that I don't remember. But yeah, you'll hold shield for any of the shockwaves and then you'll run in. Anytime the dragon moves, you just need to roll out of it, essentially, and then stay in the back right of this area near the sap so you can throw it as soon as he does lightning. And essentially that's the entire fight. You're kind of rinsing and repeating that whole mechanic and sequence. So I believe my normal combo for this was to cleave and then use runics, and then you know, just do whatever damage I could. So that swipe attack he does is the most dangerous thing in this fight. It's a very defined, readable attack, because he kind of rears back, you see, with his hand, and then he just lunges his entire body forward. So as that lunge is happening, that's when you would initiate the dodge roll. Alright, so he's going for lightning, we're going to go for sap. And then we want to get another sap immediately because he's going to go for lightning again. And I can't remember if it was this one or not, but I know one of these missed. Yeah, it was this one. This one missed for some reason, which kind of caught me off guard. But as you can see, like I said, once he does one lightning, he's just going to keep doing it. So we come in again with another cleave, light runic, hit him, and then we're into the final phase at this point.
Plan. Be ready to lower the crane on my mark.
I don't know how this thing works.
So for the final phase, I like to tuck all the way to the right here. And then whenever he does his slam down, you'll basically run in, absorb the shockwave with your shield, do whatever damage you can, and then move back to this position. And the reason for that, and you'll see it here shortly, is he almost does this like furious tantrum where it's like bam, 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 bam. And he moves forward when he does it. So if you're already back far enough, you'll always be out of range of it and you won't have to worry about the attack hitting you.
Wow, we actually did it.
Watch where you grab that. Oh, never mind. Oh, so unclean. Oh, so unclean. Oh, the smell. Perfect. That should do. Oh. Yeah, I am not touching that. How do I explain that?
So now that we have access to Atreus' shock arrows, I simply want to upgrade all of his abilities as much as I can. Atreus is such a huge damage dealer in this run, and his shock arrows are such a huge part of that, and so many different strategies. Now, like I said earlier, we want to upgrade Atreus as far as possible, and in this run we're going to upgrade him completely. Both his abilities, his bow, and his quiver, just because of how much he brings to the table.
Oh, see, you figured it out on your own then. Just, never mind.
Feels like it wasn't that long ago we were hunting here.
Artistry in my craft.
Now we fought dark elves, trolls,
Anything to help you.
ogres, and a dragon. I feel like we could be anything now.
We win because we are determined.
So as we get to the top of this, we're going to have to deal with a few enemy types, and what should happen here, what's scripted to happen here, is that a nightmare is going to take control of one of the Reavers. However, if you smash your arrow, make Atreus shoot, smash that ability as soon as you get to the top, you can actually target, like you saw there, and you can kill it before it ever gets the chance to possess the Reaver.
There we go. Want me to shatter it? Oh, I'm gonna like this. Strange though. That one didn't completely blow up.
So for the enemies that are about to come in, it's fairly simple here. Just spam Atreus' shock arrows and that pretty much takes care of it.
Almost ready.
So as we turn this corner up here, we're going to have a couple of enemies to deal with, and basically what you want to do is you want to focus on the ones on the high ground. So you want to take out the Nightmare, and then you want to take out the ranged Reaver that would normally throw like a projectile at you. And as you can see there, simply just spamming shock arrows, having them fully upgraded so that they bounce between enemies, basically takes care of stunning all of them and allows you you know, complete safety to kill the ones on the high ground and then deal with the ones on your level. So for the next set of enemies, it's going to be about the same strategy. Simply, I throw Axe just to stun one and do that little bit of damage before I actually aggro the entire area to me. And then you just spam lightning or shock arrows and keep them stunned as much as possible. Unfortunately for this big guy here, there's not a whole lot you can do to CC him. But the shock arrows work very, very well once you build the meter up to keep him in place so you can follow up with attacks. So as you could see, I tried to throw him off the side. You can't do that. But when he is under that like shocked status from Atreus' arrows, you can simply do whatever you want to him. So generally I run up and just cleave him, does a huge chunk of damage, and finishes him off fairly quickly in a safe manner.
How do we get to it? Got it. Oh, guess not. Now it's stuck on the other side.
So out of all the enemies in this like little section here, this set is the most dangerous. Simply because of the nightmares and because of the ranged reavers here. So the strategy for this, again, is just to shock as many as you can and focus the nightmare in the back first while keeping your eye on the ranged reavers. And then once that's done, I just basically use Atreus' runic to, again, keep things stunned while I kind of finish things off.
Not long now, Mom. Look! The summit! We're so close now!
Your quiver.
Strap broke when we fought the dragon. It's alright. I can hold it.
Stop. Steady, boy. Mind your footing.
So we're going to have quite a few enemies in front of us. Simply put, it's just throwing axe and using shock arrows. There are times, and I think if I remember correctly, I'll knock like one of these out. Yeah, here we go. You know, so you can do things like that when they're in the position to do it, but it's not necessary, right? So shock arrows, throwing axe. If you can safely push one off, go ahead and do that. Otherwise, that's the strategy, and it's, like I said, fairly simple and straightforward.
I'm getting better at this. You hear those voices too, right?
Yes. Be silent.
You know why we're here. My last visit managed to loosen your tongue.
That sounds like the same man who came to our house. You said you killed him.
Shh. You brought company this time. Must be important if the sons of Thor deign to grace me with their presence. Tell me, you two still tripping over yourselves to impress Daddy?
The tattooed man. Tracks show he now travels with a child. Where would they go next?
Why would I know that?
You're the smartest man alive, aren't you?
Smarter than all the dead ones, too.
You help me, I help you. Tell me where they are, and I'll talk to Odin.
Your father won't let me go, Baldur, and he won't let you kill me. You have nothing to offer me, so take your questions, take your threats, take these two worthless wankers, and piss off!
When no one's looking, we'll be back for your other eye.
Don't you forget. We really
We really are, aren't we?
Ah, the very topic of conversation.
Yuna! We're going to Yuna! We're going to find the long-lost realm of the giants. That's...
Inconvenient. Do you remember the way to the witch's house?
Yes. The woods with the blood-red leaves. South of the lake. I know just where to go. Hope she made it back from Alfheim and can bring Mimir back. He seemed nice. Before you cut off his head. I can't believe it was Baldur that came to our house. The Aesir god. Baldur. And you fought him. And won!
Yes.
One of Odin's sons. Thor's brother. And now he's hunting us with his nephews. Why is this happening?
If we can raise the head, you can ask him.
Okay. You know, it's silly, but I secretly hope we find a giant somewhere in that mountain. I guess they really did leave Midgard, except for the serpent. He may be the last of his kind. Are you the last of your kind too? Is that why you don't like to talk about
My kind?
I mean, your family. Before Mother and I. Where you came from. Mother, a father?
Now is not the time for that.
Yes, sir. Rock! Rock!
Times he gets so wrapped up in his work since he hasn't the sense to sip or some. Anything done?
Boy, what is the path back to the witch?
First we need to find a boat.
Do you remember the way back to the witch from here?
That way. Behind the big statue of Thor. So what story were you going to tell?
There was one that concerned a hare and a tortoise.
Like the witch's house?
Unlikely.
So what happens?
They wager on a race between them. The hare is too confident of victory and foolish, while the tortoise is steady and disciplined. The tortoise wins.
You haven't told a lot of stories, have you? Huh?
The water dropped.
And the serpent rose. Right. I knew that. I know she's really powerful, but you really think the witch can bring a head back to life?
She seems competent in her craft, and we have nothing to lose.
If she can't bring it back to life, can we keep the head?
No. But you may feed it to the fish.
Okay.
So as soon as we get to the top of this elevator, we're going to explode this right passage, and then I'm going to run all the way in and go for the first shielded enemy. The reason you want to run in here immediately is because there's going to be other enemies that are going to spawn behind you as you're running in. So you'll get one shield and you'll get one witch, and you can very easily and safely deal with those from this this part of the cavern, cave, whatever. So it makes it safe, again, with the idea in mind that you want to keep all enemies in front of you as much as possible. So again, I just used the trick of using Atreus to make the witch vulnerable. We run in, pop Spartan Rage to knock her off. That should have happened. It was a little unlucky. She wasn't close enough for me to knock her off just with going into Enrage. So then I had to follow up with an attack to throw her off. But a very basic strategy that, again, we'll use again on future witches. So before we continue the story, what I'm doing here is basically we're going to get another horn out of the chest that's in front of me, and then we're also going to go and get the crow's runic for Atreus. The reason I like running the crow's runic is because it does such a huge amount of damage to so many things. So if you're starting to get overwhelmed by enemies, throwing that thing out there will not only, like I said, do a huge amount of damage to them, but it has a little bit of stun, just enough stun that most enemies will be stunned and not able to attack you. And this goes, you know, when I say most enemies, I don't necessarily mean like basic enemies. Even up to like the elite dark elves that are very resistant to a lot of your controlled movement restricted abilities. The crows just decimates them and holds them in spot. So it's a very, very useful ability to have for pretty much the entire run once we get it. So we're going to get it here, and then after that we'll move on.
I see another one of those bowls of sand up there that I drew the runes into. Not sure how we reach it. Okay, well, that's way too far to jump. This'll be fun. Almost there! I can't jump over with those wooden boards in the way. Another one of those sandals. Bow. I bet this'll lead out.
So in the area ahead of us, we're going to have to deal with a lot of enemies that are going to spawn in waves and come towards us. And the enemy types vary.
What is that name?
The strategy here is very simple. So the log that I just jumped over, we're going to run forward. We're going to aggro their trigger. And as soon as the trigger happens, I'm going to turn around and run back across the log. What that's going to do for me is it's going to put a buffer in between me and the enemies. The enemies cannot just attack me through the log. They have to commit to going over it. So it gives me a chance that if for whatever reason I can't stop some of these enemies before they get to me, then the tree log will stop them, just like you saw there with the shielded that shielded enemy. So it's just a nice buffer and a safety blanket to ensure that if I don't catch something fast enough, I'm not going to take damage. Now there is some considerations to be had here. You cannot stand right up on the log. If you stand literally up against it, attacks will still connect with you and do damage to you, so you have to stand just slightly back from it. But otherwise, that will give you enough of a buffer to kind of deal with these enemies in the same fashion that I've been dealing with most of them since we acquired the shock arrows, which is we use Atreus' shock arrows to stun and damage as much as we can, following that up with axe throws.
It is over.
Father, she is here. Why did you do that?
We cannot trust her.
Because she's a god?
Have I taught you nothing, boy?
But she's helped us a lot.
She lied.
Some people value their privacy. It's not to judge, brother.
When I require your council head, I will ask.
Fair enough. Get me to Tyr's temple in the Lake of the Nine, and I'll get you to Jotunheim as promised.
We know the temple. What's there?
Only the last living giant in Midgard. Who better to tell us the way?
The world serpent? Wait, do you know how to talk to him?
Indeed. He speaks an obscure tongue more ancient even than these mountains. None are left in Midgard who speak it. Except, of course, for me.
You do?
It's true. You wouldn't know it to look at him, but Jormungandr is a sparkling conversationalist.
So, Mimir, why did Freya spin your face?
No. Speak of Baldur. He claims nothing harms him.
Aye, Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
Boasting of a god. Everyone has a weakness.
Not him, I'm afraid. Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
You just said that, Mimir.
Did I?
What is the source of this power?
Well, as I recall, it involved, a spell?
Mimir?
Parts of my brain must still be coming back to life. Just need a moment to finish waking up.
Hope he's not broken.
How do we speak to the serpent?
There's a horn on a platform at the middle point of the bridge. Take me to it.
Finally! That horn! Wait, look! The water's dropped even further. You can see more of the realm towers and statues. I even see new places to explore along the shore.
Where is this chisel?
Find me a boat, and we'll go from there.
So when we get to the boat, we can either look for that special chisel now, or go exploring for a little while. Exactly what you want to do.
Which way to the chisel?
Keep rowing towards the statues of the oarsmen, then thread past between them.
Mimir, you never did tell me why Freya spit in your face.
Well, she blames me in large measure for her present circumstances, and not totally without reason.
So the area coming up, we're going to have to deal with a troll, and then we're going to have to deal with some night elves. Or dark elves, sorry. So as I turn this wheel to lift the gate, as soon as we're done doing that, we're going to have a troll come in behind us. And what I did there was I swapped Atreus off the shock arrows and back to the light arrows, because the light arrows do more stun damage, and that's what I want. We want to stun this guy or damage him as much as possible, as quickly as possible, to then hopefully get on top of him and use him to kill the Night Elves. Or the Dark Elves, sorry. Now generally, you're not going to kill all of them just because of the way they spawn in and the timing that they spawn in. So just basically get whatever you can, and then you know, focus on killing the troll, and then once the troll is dead, you'll deal with the Dark Elves.
This chisel we seek, what is it?
I'm glad you asked, actually. I have just the story for you. There was a giant once named Thamur. A very giant, who, despite his mountainous size, was without question the greatest stonemason this world had ever seen. Proud Thamur hoped to one day pass his vast knowledge on to his son. But young Hręzlyr had the heart of a warrior. Perhaps the father had too much fear in him, or the son too little. Either way, a quarrel of theirs spiraled out of control, and the overworked stonemason, bonk, struck his son. Hręzlyr ran off into the night. Feeling shame and regret, Thamur chased after his son, but in his emotional state soon found himself wandering Midgard, lost and alone. Sadly, he caught the eye of the one person he didn't want to meet alone that night, so far from home. Thor.
And what happened next?
You'll see.
Thor killed him. Oh no. You found the village?
Aye. When Thamur fell, he crushed a charming place famed for worshipping the Vanir god Njord. Thor always took credit for planning that one. The truth is, the sweaty ballbag just got lucky.
Okay, so ahead of us, we're going to have to deal with a couple of Wolvers here. Not a whole lot to it. Basically, we're going to use shock arrows, we're going to use runic attacks and axe throws, and just try and keep distance from them, because around 50% of their life, they like to try to overpower their claws. So we want to make sure that we stop that if at all possible. And you can simply do that with shock arrows, you can do that with axe throws. And as long as you do that, it doesn't necessarily change up their attack pattern too much. They'll dodge like you see this one's doing, but otherwise their attacks stay basically the same as above 50%.
We seek a chisel.
The tip of one, yes. Very, very giant chisel. Oh, neat trick, lad.
Thanks. His idea. What happened to the survivors?
Oh, Thamur was a frost giant. When he died, his final breath froze everything.
So this is where I'm going to pick up the runic chest piece that we're going to use for, God, the next couple of hours, basically, right, pretty much right up until almost the end of the game. And again, this is just now we're starting to progress into runic as our primary stat and strength as our secondary. instead of just looking at strength as our primary stat. Now, as I come to the top of this, we're going to have to deal with some more wolvers, and it's very, very important that we swap to light arrows and not shock arrows. And the reasoning for that is because at basically where the wolver is, as you attack it, it's going to start moving towards you. And if you're using shock arrows, there is basically like a frost golem, frost giant, whatever they're called. Off to the left, you can see it just slightly diagonally left of Kratos' shoulder. And if you happen to aggro that, not only are you going to have to fight that, you're going to have to fight nightmares, and it's just hell. So you want to make sure that you initiate the engagement with light arrows so you don't take that risk. And then once he's close enough to you and far enough away from it, you can swap back over to your shock arrows, and you don't have to worry about it aggroing other things you don't want to aggro. Once we clear these guys up, we're just going to run around, get a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to go ahead and pick up an enhancement that increases all of the damage to your axe throws. And then once we get that, we'll move into the next area.
Looks like we got him all. An Alfheim light crystal. Wonder what it's for. Hey, hardened world tree sap. That's handy. That did it.
Atreus, to me.
So this is the enhancement I mentioned a few moments ago that increases our axe throw damage. Now I'm going to go ahead and go over to the Eternal Fury talisman here in preparation for the next segment. We're going to fight a lot of enemies in a somewhat small area. And the strategy that I have created there depends heavily on your Spartan Rage. So I want to make sure that I have as much Spartan Rage as possible. And so that Fury Talisman not only allows you to gain Spartan Rage when you want, but also increases the duration of it while you're using it. So it increases the time you're allowed to use it. So as we go into this next area, there's going to be kind of like a cinematic. And once that wraps, we're going to have some enemies come in to the area. And the start of fighting the enemies is scripted in what I do, but the rest of it's not. So pretty much after the first or second enemy. The second one's kind of iffy because it depends on how he reacts and where he moves.
No offense, brother.
But the first one 100% is scripted. But after that, it's just basically knowing the enemies and you know, just playing the game well. So as soon as this happens, we're going to run off to our left. We're going to light runic this guy and then break him in the back so that he's auto-stunned, and then we're going to finish him off immediately. And so then what I want to do is I want to focus on the ranged enemy in the back. And generally speaking, that's either Atreus arrows or axe throws, as I did there. At this point, now you're just fighting the fight, right? So there's not a whole lot of strategy here. It's understanding the enemies and using what you have available. Again, I like to prioritize the ranged enemies if possible, just because enemies that have to be within melee distance of you are easy to avoid. Just don't be near them, right? Ranged enemies give you a different element and a different variable to deal with, especially when you're also dealing with melee enemies. So as soon as we get done with this enemy, we're going to have the troll come in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and prepare, and as this first enemy drops, we're going to hit him up and try and pin him. Whether it works or not, it doesn't matter. We're going to dump all runic attacks on the troll, and then we're going to change to light arrows on Atreus and Spartan Rage, and we have to get this troll into a stun state where we can climb on top of him before Spartan Rage runs out. Otherwise, you're probably going to take a hit here. So I was able to successfully pull that strategy off, and then we're going straight for the troll. Okay? We want this second troll dead before we worry about prioritizing anything else. Once the troll's dead, whatever hits we have left, we'll just go around and clean up the other enemies. And then after that, we finish off the troll. And if there are any enemies left, then clean those up. It's a very effective strategy, but you have to be very, very fast with it, with your attacks and in getting all that stuff off in the proper manner.
Wow, that was something, that. Let's get started then. Good, good. Also, remember to breathe. That should tidy up your knapsack.
So we're going to upgrade the quiver again. This is going to give Atreus the ability to shoot 4 arrows instead of the normal 3. And then the more important thing is I'm going to get this Unbound Potential Talisman. This will be my primary go-to talisman for essentially the rest of the game. And the reason for that is twofold. So one is simply what its effect is when you use it. And basically, it takes all of your runic abilities that are on cooldown and takes them off cooldown so you can use them again. The second reason is that when a runic ability is on cooldown, it increases all the damage the other runic abilities will then do when you use them. So it's a very, very good talisman to have for dealing with a lot of enemies or trying to burn one enemy very, very quickly. So as we enter into this room, we only have one enemy to deal with. I'm not necessarily going to use it here. These enemies are fairly easy to deal with. You simply dodge their red attacks, and you can only attack these guys from the front. So basically, I rotate runics when possible, and then axe hits when they're on cooldown. So at about 25% damage, you're going to get one of these like magic throwers that'll spawn in. And then we'll get 2 more that'll spawn in around 50%. Now the technique I'm using on him to hit is simply doing your light attack and then animation canceling it with your block or your guard by lifting your shield. And so if you rotate between light attack, block, light attack, block, light attack, block, and you do it at the right frequency, you'll actually be able to attack super fast and do a crap ton of damage. More so than you would be able to do if you just hit light attack and did your normal 1, 2, 3, 4 combo.
Potential, boy.
Lemire, you knew this place? Before?
I came here on a diplomatic mission once, trying to broker a peace between Asgard and Vanaheim. A war. So many lives lost. What I didn't know was Thor had already gone on a killing spree of giants.
What did the giants have to do with the war between the gods?
Nothing at all, lad. That's the tragedy of it. They took no side in that madness. But Odin's paranoia is surpassed only by Thor's lust for blood.
So what I'm about to do here is grab a runic attack. It's a heavy runic attack. And the funny thing is that this jumping onto this whatever this is such a pain in the ass on mouse and keyboard. And so I kind of make myself look like a fool here, trying to hit spacebar or E, whichever one will take, to get over to it. And the reason why that's funny is because this is muscle memory kicking in here. I was kind of on autopilot just going, and I forgot that this runic, I decided basically on my last run failure not to pick it up anymore. I don't need this. I'm actually never going to use this in the run. Because I modified strategies and came up with better ways to do the things where that used to be required. So, yeah, that's the part in the run where I kind of made myself look like a jackass to pick something up that I'm never going to use. So that's what that was about. So if you decide to do this run yourself, ignore picking that up. You don't need it.
Another crystal. Just give the word. Ooh, you got most of it.
Well, a stealthy plan it is not.
Now we must free the other strap.
Do? Why are we going up when what we need is all the way down there?
Think.
Well, the chisel tip is under thick layers of ice, so melting it won't work.
Correct.
And there weren't any shattered crystals nearby for me to shoot, so that's not an option.
Correct.
That just leaves smashing the ice. We need something ridiculously heavy to... Oh, I get it now.
Good.
How are we going to turn the hammer so it lands near the chisel tip?
Not possible. We cut it free, write it down, and figure out what comes next after.
So your plan involves a whole bunch of luck.
You are welcome to suggest a different one.
What now?
Hold tight.
man seems ill-advised.
Jump!
That didn't work. It only fell a little ways. Oh no! The floor's blocked. There's a sand bowl, but how do we get to it?
We cannot. What does it say?
When time itself is discerned, the forward path is retrograde. Retrograde? It's
Those symbols. The seasons?
Shouldn't it be winter, spring, summer, autumn?
Why start with winter?
It's from a song Mother used to sing.
Don't I know that one? Winter that
Quiet, head.
doesn't like music either. Got it.
Write it.
House, toolbox, flower, bed. Yes!
Atreus, that word.
Thola. It means endure.
Try it.
Thola.
Well done, lad.
Write it again.
Thola. Alright. The energy's lifting the platform.
Keep writing.
So this section here, guys, is one of my like top 5 like pain in the ass parts of the run.
How is this possible?
And it's just simply because, again, small area, lots of enemies you're going to have to deal with. And within those enemies are various types. The strategy here is not so much a strategy, again, as it's falling back on knowledge and gameplay skill of knowing how to deal with these enemies. And how your runic attacks, your Spartan Rage, Atreus's shock arrows, things like that, weave in combat to make things easier for you. So to start this off, basically anytime I can knock an enemy off the side, that's what we're doing. That's the easiest and quickest way to deal with these enemies. Now once we start getting more enemies than I can confidently feel safe in dealing with, that's when we're going to start turning to shock arrows. That's when we're going to start turning to runics. Spartan Rage if I absolutely have to. Things of that nature. So this is very much a practice section that doesn't have a set 1, 2, 3, 4, follow this type of process to clear this without taking damage, if that makes any sense.
It's clear!
Back to writing before the floor collapses.
Thola. 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 We're busting it!
So this is about the time where I'm starting to feel a little overwhelmed here. I'm like, I've got enemies that are starting to surround me, and I can't have everything in front of me. And that's when, you know, the heavy runic attack really shines, because it's a 360-degree affecting runic attack, which is the main reason why I use it the entire run, is just because of the utility that it gives you to kind of stop everything around you from aggressing onto you. It can also freeze them, it can knock things over the side, which it did earlier, and it can also shatter enemies depending on enemy type. When they're frozen, if you knock them into a hard surface, they'll explode. So for this is just a bunch of nightmares, and these are the nightmares that they basically charge at you and kamikaze on you if you let them get too close. So what I do is basically go from one to the next, and I take the position of the one that I previously killed, because I know that that area is going to be clear because another one's not going to spawn immediately in its spot. Hopefully that makes sense. After that, obviously, you see we just got a bunch more enemies, and we're going to deal with that in the exact same way as I mentioned earlier. Runic attacks, knockoffs, whatever we need to do there. Now, as soon as the witch comes out, the witch is now my primary focus. So I use Atreus' runic to stun everything else, and then I use the technique that I've explained before, which is stunning the witch to knock her out of her invincibility, and then using Spartan Rage to throw her over the side. Once all those enemies start to clear out, you'll get nightmares again. You handle the nightmares the exact same way as the first group. And then that's pretty much it. At this point, this elevator sequence is done. We'll have 2 enemies to deal with up here, but you don't even have to fight them. All you have to do is simply shoot the red crystals on the left and the right once you're able. And that'll actually explode them and kill them. So right about now, we're going to be shielding and moving to the right while blowing up the crystals. I said shielding, I just meant aiming, but you get my point. So that's pretty much it. I guess I was trying to swap to my Fury Talisman to gain Rage for the boss fight coming up, but you can't do that while climbing a wall, so unlucky me.
You did well.
Thanks.
The boy.
Just having a little fun, you big grump.
Well, there it is. How are we going to get it free?
A push.
But
Trust me. Ready. Dig in and push with everything.
yes, sir. How do we get... The chisel tip.
The man credit. He has a talent for destroying things.
Remember that head.
Never leaves my mind.
Father.
Not now.
Those were the guys we saw with Baldur. His nephews?
Aye. Magni and Modi. The sons of Thor.
Mother always said the Aesir were the worst of gods, and Thor was the worst of the Aesir. Guess he's a terrible father, too.
They are no longer children. They have no excuse.
Will Sindri be okay?
They'll never even see.
So this section is also a pain in the butt in one of my top 5 pains in the ass. So the way that you're supposed to do this is you've got 3 different walls in front of you you're supposed to break, and I think the developers want you to do that one at a time. That's not what I'm going to do here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do all 3 of them at one time. There's a reason for that. So you're going to get basically a big troll and another big a big guy and a bunch of wolves, right? So basically what you do is you just full send on this troll, and your objective is to burn him into a state that you can mount. Once you mount, you're then going straight for the wolvers and the big giant. Okay? You want to get as much damage done as you can and clear everything out as much as possible. Now this kind of fails a little bit. The strategy got messed up, and that was just RNG. The Wolvers kind of were not where they needed to be, and I didn't get as much damage because of that on the big guy there. So that's where, you know, falling back on the Spartan Rage comes in, and then after that, your primary focus is clearing the ads out, which is what I start doing here. I'm a little worried at this point, to be honest with you. But you know, stay calm and just deal with the little ads, and then you can deal with the big guy once they're done. So I just wanted to point out this did get messed up a little bit, but that was just due to bad luck. But if you get in there and try this for yourself, the vast majority of the time, when you grab that first troll, you'll be able to basically get this big guy almost dead, and then you'll get all the other ads in the area dead as well. And so then when you come off the troll, you do like maybe one runic attack or a couple of Atreus arrows, and the big guy's dead. So that's the strategy there. Again, didn't go the way that I wanted it to, but we got through it, so that's fine.
See, lad, he's fine.
Thought it best to vanish when Thor's idiot sons showed up. You boys look like you're gearing up.
So for the fight coming up, we have to fight Thor's children, basically. And one of the things I found to be very, very, very important here was upgrading Atreus's armor. And so I used the sharpshooter garb, just yellow. The yellow set is basically what I use for the entire run, and we'll upgrade that all the way to max. And the reason for that is because of the benefits you get off of it. So think of it kind of like set bonuses. It gives you perks as you upgrade Atreus's armor. And this one allows that basically the last arrow, so you got 4 arrows right now, that 4th arrow when you fire it will do increased damage. And because, and I don't necessarily know this is a fact, but it just kind of is the way that it seems, because I'm using the shock arrows and those do damage between enemies, I'm getting that extra damage on all enemies it hits. So as we start the fight, we're just going to go into runic attacks, and then we're going to use Murder of Crows, and then I'm just going to full send on Magni here. I want to get Magni down and out of the fight as quickly as I can to deal with Modi and his stupid fucking shield, because that shield is such a pain in the ass. Now the strategy for Modi is very simple. I just basically throw an axe at him. Now he blocks those the axe attacks almost every time, but if you keep throwing your axe, it'll prompt Atreus's AI to go in and stun him and make him vulnerable to your next axe throw. So the strategy on Modi is very simple. You just throw your axe and eventually you'll damage him down. Not too much to talk to in this section. It's fairly straightforward. Hold your shield and make sure you're looking at the right one.
I said shut up!
Now as we come out, this is the worst section. There are 3 phases to this fight. This is the only one I ever worry about because we get through phase 1 and 3 so quickly. And there's not a whole lot to talk to here. Really, it's just playing it safe. And, you know, kind of respond to the various attacks in the way that I do it. When you have your runic abilities available, use them, but you want to make sure that you have Murder of Crows available for phase 3, so do not use that in phase 2 if it comes off cooldown. That is a huge part of the strategy for phase 3, is using Murder of Crows again.
Shut it out. Focus.
The other thing I would suggest not using here, in fact you can't use if you want to do phase 3 the way that I do it, is do not use your talisman. Don't refresh your runic attacks. Because essentially what's going to happen is when we go into phase 3, we're going to pop everything and we're just going to burn through them. 50% of the time, you're going to do it to where you burn through them, and before Murder of Crows is done, you've won the fight. And the boss fight is over. And the other 50%, you'll be close, but you won't exactly be done. You'll have to do a little bit extra. And off the top of my head, I can't remember how this one turns out. Again, nothing to talk to here. This is the same as the first time. The only difference here is that they'll do a fake out where one will run up to you and be like, ah, not me. And then you have to turn for the other one like that. So. Now, when we come out of this, basically Modi is going to get thrown into the air. The way I've seen a lot of people basically just run away from this, that's not the ideal way to deal with it. What you want to do is you want to throw axe at him and knock him out of the air. So you'll see that that's the first thing I do, is I prepare, throw axe, boom, he's down. We don't have to deal with him anymore. We're going to do Murder of Crows, which is going to stun them. And now I'm going to do runics. We're going to refresh my runics, and we're going to do the runics again. And so you can see Modi is now out of the fight. Now all I got to deal with is Magni. Now I rolled out because I was worried that the crows were ending and I didn't want to take a hit and not be prepared for it. So that actually went really well, being that I couldn't remember. That was very close to burning both of them before the stun wore off for Murder of Crows. So that was really good, really, really good.
I'll kill you!
We should keep an eye on him.
Enough?
Should do. With that, we can carve the travel rune to Jotunheim. Get you where you need to go. Oh, incidentally, all those magically sealed doors we've seen can now be unlocked. That one round the corner. You can get through that door there now that you've got the chisel.
You killed Magni.
That he did.
He was a god. But you killed him.
Minor Aesir, perhaps. Aye.
And his father's Thor.
Not minor. Not minor at all, him. This will not go over well in Asgard.
I defended us. Nothing more. I fear no judgment.
Judgment, no. But if vengeance is any concern...
Since when can you kill a god?
I know of a place that may contain some useful treasure.
We're here before. Let's way back.
Where shall we begin? Who knew? I don't suppose you could try keeping that clean. I think that's a keeper. Travel safe, you two.
I don't think the lad's doing too well.
I'm fine. Nothing to worry about.
If so, then keep up.
Yes, sir. Hey, I just realized. Magni didn't come back to life.
Is interesting. It's known the Aesir find their own way to Valhalla. No Valkyrie escort, no processing at the gates of Helheim. That may be significant.
Look, back near the giant's head. What is this place?
Fishermen would bring their day's catch into this port and use that contraption to send some of it directly to the Jarl's main kitchen. The rest was sorted and sold.
There is an exit under the thumb. Find a way across.
Path to the exit on the other side. It's moving. There's a rope up here.
Back under his palm. We're almost there.
Everything we just did. Climbed around a dead giant, rode a giant falling hammer, fought some bad gods. What do you think it means?
That you have come a long way.
What now then? Maybe Freya ought to have a look at the boy.
No, I feel better now. I just needed to catch my breath. Where do we go next?
Well, now that we've got the Giant's Chisel, we need to learn the travel rune to Jotunheim, so we can carve it into that special gateway atop the peak, and open realm travel to the land of the Giants.
You don't know it?
Alas, no. But the serpent did mention that the Giants had entrusted that secret to Tyr.
Isn't Tyr dead?
Aye, but his hidden vault is very much in reach. The door are beneath his temple, submerged in the lake for generations until our snake friend shifted his weight. There we shall find the fabled Black Rune of Jotunheim.
Whoa. Tyr's vault is behind that magical wall. Wow. Can't believe we're setting foot in Tyr's vault. of these? It's Tyr, but the middle panel is missing. Wait, I thought Tyr was a god, not a giant.
Aye, but he was loved by everyone, including the giants. Other than me, he was the only one they gifted with their special sight. Hey, I wonder if the giants left a triptych about me somewhere too.
Go ahead.
Actually, come look. Let me show you how to read this.
That is not necessary.
You've taught me so much. Let me teach you something.
Atreus.
Come on. You already speak it.
Take the boat. Freya's isn't far. Odin's eye is on you, brother, especially now that you've taken to killing his kin. Freya's forest is a blind spot for him. This is our smartest move, and if anyone can heal him, it's her.
What is happening to him?
I've seen it in mortals that some conflict of the mind expresses itself as an ailment of the body. Never in a god, but a god believing himself mortal. I can only imagine. We're almost there. Somebody just called the serpent.
The fever burns hotter. He is shaking.
It's serious. We must hurry.
Freya! Open the door!
Helheim of all places. You all right, brother?
I will do what I must. Leave me be.
So my primary objective here, right, is to go and recover the Chaos Blades. Where I'm running through this like path here, This is basically where we're going to fight every single enemy that we have to deal with in this like area of the game. And there's a reason for that, and simply it's, again, going back to kind of my rules for this run with combat, is keeping as many enemies as you can in front of you. So you'll see that basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk back and just keep walking back until I can get these enemies to where I can knock them into this like rock wall or whatever. Doing that once or twice, you'll get like a free stun, which is an insta-kill. And so, you know, just keep doing that until all of these enemies are dead. Some of them you can throw axe, some of them you can't. So that's what I'm going to be doing, is killing the ones with the axe I can, bare-handing the ones that I can't. And once all these are dead, I'll come back in and let you guys know the next strat for these enemies with Chaos Blades, which is actually really fun. Alright, so as soon as we come out of the loading screen, what we're going to do is we're going to turn and we're going to run right back to where we fought all the other enemies earlier. Now you want to go ahead and upgrade pretty much every ability you can for the Chaos Blades. The biggest one that you're going to need for the strategy I'm going to use is this very last one right here, Elemental Slash. And so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to let these enemies come all the way down here. And by doing so, they're going to be very, very grouped up together. Okay? Once they're all grouped up, basically we're going to use that Elemental Slash and just burn them nonstop until they die. And then once they're dead, we'll rinse and repeat. We'll back all the way up, let enemies come down, and do it again. And we'll do that until all enemies in this area are dead.
Yes, those blades will serve quite well in Helheim. Now, I believe I see a door to the realm between realms over there, in your own front yard, no less. Take the shortcut back to the realm travel temple, then on to Helheim, yeah? Well, I'm pretty sure you weren't talking to me back there. Anything you'd like to get off your chest, brother? I can assure you I'm unsurpassed in keeping confidences. Well, you know where to find me. And for the record, I'd already guessed you were Greek. Athena? Dead giveaway.
What? Hey! You reek of foreign...
Now that Freya's given you the travel rune to Helheim, it should be unlocked on the table. And it's done. We really are doing this. Let me take this moment to tell you that what you are about to do is absolutely insane. Not even Odin can survive this cold. So, I hope those blades work.
Is this the bridge Freya spoke of?
So for the enemies we have up ahead, there's not really a whole lot to talk to here. You're simply just going to throw axe, kill what you can, and then, you know, any of the enemies that you can't kill with your axe, you know, you swap over to your Chaos Blades and you can deal with them that way.
Straight to him. You know, I'd really hope never to see this place again.
So I want to talk to the technique I'm about to use for the Chaos Blades. And simply put, it's basically doing an animation cancel with the heavy attack. So you do a 1-2 block, 1-2 block. And very, very useful, just like the axe was with the light attack block animation cancel. So we're going to go pick up this this runic attack. This is going to be a very, very important runic attack for the last fight in the game. I can't remember if I used it on the boss coming up, but I know for a fact it is part of my strategy in the final fight in the run. So make sure you pick that up, don't pass that. For these enemies, you'll just throw axe and keep them as far away as you can because you don't want them to explode on you or jump on you. If they do get too close to you for whatever reason, just use runic attack. Your light attack should be enough to keep them away. And you can always get distance from them and back up if they're starting to get too close to you. You don't have to stay in this area. So for the next group of enemies, we're going to jump over this log, and then I'm going to rush right at them and use runic attacks. I want to kill these ranged enemies as quickly as possible, and then move back across, similar to the log strat outside of Freya's hut. just to give myself a buffer here. Now, it doesn't work as well with these guys, simply because they can leap at you, and that's their primary means of attacking you. So they could just leap at you over the log anyway. But it does kind of mess with their AI a little bit, so that their leap attack doesn't come until they're like right up against the log. So it gives you a little bit of extra time.
The gate must be closed, and if the gate's closed, then it's true. Hell's full up. Without the Valkyrie to sort and kill them, hell is overwhelmed. What? Now what?
So the enemies coming up in this next section are the ones that always terrify me out of all the enemies we deal with, to include the boss, while we're in hell this time. These enemies right here are the ones that cause me the most heartache, and that's simply because as you enter the area, you're surrounded. And as the other enemies spawn in, they spawn in to surround you. So it goes against my normal strat of trying to keep everything in front of me, which just makes it super, super risky. And it's unfortunate that he blocked there, because now you can see he put me into a state where I have other things starting to kind of filter in around me now. And that's always worrisome, but again, just keep your calm and make sure that prioritize the overheads with the animation cancels and the perfect parries on the guys with the shields, and it goes by fairly simply.
When we killed the Reavers near my home, they came here. How did they return so quickly?
Time doesn't move the same between all realms, especially where the spirit world is concerned.
Like the Light of Alfheim.
The opposite, in fact. The Lake of Souls.
So as you make it to the bottom of this climb and you turn around, as soon as you take a few steps forward, you're going to hit a trigger that brings in 3 ranged enemies. The strategy that I created here was to essentially force the trigger, and then once I force the trigger, run to a pillar and make sure that you just kind of hide on the pillar. That'll basically block all of their attacks, and then you can just deal with them one at a time via the safety of the pillar. So the strategy for this next area is very scripted, very scripted. It may not look it, but it's very, very scripted. And you have to pull this off in this manner, otherwise you're going to have some issues. So as soon as this guy drops, you're going to light runic and then throw axe to break him, get him to where he's able to be CC'd. You're going to hit him a few times with animation cancel, and then you're going to throw him. Once you do that, you're going to run up into the middle of all of them, heavy runic attack, that'll kill most of them, and then we're going to finish him off with the Spartan charge. Then we're going to turn around and prepare for the other enemies. So there should only be 2 at this point, one that drops in there and one that spawns in behind you. And so essentially you're going to basically kill them quickly enough that you're only ever really going to deal with one of them. And that'll be basically how you get through this area. Really, it's that very first enemy and that first runic attack with him and the other enemies around him. That is the really hard scripted part. If you don't pull that off, you're going to have a hell of a time going through this without taking damage.
Hell is for those who die in dishonor.
Criminals.
Aye, and those dead of disease, mishap, age.
It is dishonorable to grow old. Will killing the Bridgekeeper help the dead leave Midgard?
I don't expect it will, though I don't suppose it will make things any worse either. It'll be one less obstacle for the living to reach the inner sanctum of Helheim. But who'd be mad enough to go there? the Bridge of the Damned. And there's the Keeper, making sure the dead are really dead.
What is that he holds?
That totem contains a powerful source of magical energy, the very power of Helheim itself. But what you want is his heart. Just take it and we can leave.
How?
Start some trouble. You can do that, right?
Alright, so the Bridge Keeper. There's not a terrible amount to talk to here. I'm gonna, if I remember correctly, I forgot to buy Rock Throw here for Spartan Rage, so yeah, there we go. So I had to go back in here and get this. You absolutely want this. What that Rock Throw is gonna do is it's gonna essentially, if you do it properly, it's gonna allow you to skip basically phase 2 of this fight and move directly to phase 3. Now, why is that so important? Well, in phase 2, the Bridge Keeper is gonna spawn a bunch of ads. The ones that run at you and explode and try and jump on you. So you don't want to have to deal with those. So being able to push him past phase 2 almost instantaneously is such a risk reduction on this fight that you absolutely have to do it. And it's not an RNG based strategy. It can be done every time perfectly as long as you execute properly. So once you get him under the first 3 segments of his health, he'll go into this phase where he'll go across the room, and then he'll start throwing like ice waves, right? And that'll happen 4 times. On the 4th one we can run in, we're gonna Spartan Rage from this exact angle and throw Rock. And the reason for that is because it's gonna stun him on the 2nd one that you do it. And so what that does is it pushes him past phase 2 and basically brings him into phase 3 now, where he'll still spawn some of those guys, but now we're in a position to where we can just sit back and kill them because he is in an infinite loop. And so now that he's in an infinite loop, I'm going to use the explosion of his little minions to do damage to him and push him into the final phase of the fight, where he no longer spawns those in. So it's a very safe way of getting past the portion of this fight without having to deal with them, really. And you kind of use them against him, which is also kind of hilarious in my opinion. That you're beating him and killing him at his own game, so it's a plus in my book. Not a whole lot to speak to for this last section, other than when he disappears, you'll see the pink telegraph telling you a ranged magic attack is coming at you, and you can't trust it. It will never be accurate, so at least in my experience, it'll never be accurate, so you just have to simply turn your camera as quickly as you can and prepare to dodge roll. But otherwise, that'll be the end of the fight. Once we get him down to that last health bar, essentially, we'll be able to just go and punish him. And since he's on fire here, or we're putting him on fire, so if you look above his health bar, we're adding status to him, which is why I've been doing heavy attacks the entire fight. And so now he's in a burning state, so when he goes back for his final ice wave, he'll actually just burn, and the fight will finish without me having to do anything. So just like that, we let the elemental burn do the last little bit of damage, and now we can finish him off, and that's the Bridge Keeper fight done with no damage.
Now the heart, brother. You'll have to get your hands dirty.
How is he here? That is not possible.
It's just an illusion. Hell's known for torturing its inhabitants with their own past. We should focus on getting back to your son.
Psst. Shh. Ain't supposed to be. Now, target this. See that? Heaven will absorb and release the winds of hell when it's left with. So you're welcome, and I believe. Enough to freeze a pair of pigeons.
I sometimes wonder if there was once some sort of accident in his brain.
We have been away too long.
So as we enter into this area, we're just going to prepare to throw axe at the nightmares. There's 2 nightmares here, and then there will be some of the standard reavers. So throw axe on the nightmares, and then we can deal with the reaver, you know, the normal way. For this next section, this one's a little risky. Basically, I have to run in, and as things spawn, we want to kind of wait. And once they're all in, we want a heavy runic after the light runic to knock them off the side and or kill as many of them as we can. I'd say 95% of the time what just happened is what the result will be. All will die except for one on the left, and then you can just simply finish him in whatever manner you see fit. So this enhancement I'm picking up is complete RNG. What you get is never going to be the same from run to run. So I always pick it up, and you know, I hope that I get runic something out of it. This time I did. Other times I haven't. It's not a game-breaking, you know, issue, or should I say run-breaking issue if you don't get it. But every little bit helps. So you know, it takes a few seconds. I would suggest getting it and, you know, rolling the dice and seeing what you get out of it.
Focus on getting out of hell.
And with that, I cannot argue. I'll just contemplate that little nugget in silence then.
So as we come out of this, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to grab the winds once I remember. There you go. Past Hayate, good job. I'm going to open this, you know, get the resource out of it, and then I'm going to take the winds and move up with it. And the reason for this is if we run the winds all the way to the very end of the area, we get a heavy runic, and that heavy runic is not needed, but it's more of a insurance policy for a very, very late area in the game. So as you can see here, very similar to the last time, you know, throw axe at whatever nightmares you can get, and then throw axe at whatever reavers you can get, and then while you're doing that, you want to move back because the enemy AI here will actually drop out of combat with you at some point. If you back up far enough, they'll just ignore you and turn around and walk back. So it makes it completely safe. As you can see, that guy's starting to walk back. I'm going to pull him in and then finish him off. But backing up there is just, again, a safety blanket to ensure that you do not take any damage from these guys. Alright, so we're going to run this down a little bit further, and then we're going to have to park it to deal with some of the other enemies. Now I'm going to go up here to the right just to get some money, and then I'm going to drop down and then kind of U-turn real quick and run back over the log, and then start throwing axe to the various reavers. Now, one of the things that being on this side of the log does is it ensures that essentially the reavers that can use magic won't use it. If you get any that do come over, as you can see, you can simply just hit them. And if the other ones are on the other side of the log, they'll also be damaged if you're using your Chaos Blade. So you can get damage on multiple enemies safely using this strat, just being on, you know, this side of the log. So we're going to go grab wind again and then run that up. I think here I was a little confused or forgot where the trigger was for the enemies coming up. So basically when we get to this next opening here, we're going to get some of the jumpy explodey guys that are going to spawn in. And simply throw axe if they get too close, use a runic attack. Same as pretty much all the other ones we've dealt with. That was fairly unnecessary. I didn't need to do that. I think I just wanted to get them the hell out of my way. Alright, so right there I spawned in the next set of enemies. Actually the last set of enemies. So again, prioritize nightmares, kill them with axe. Then we'll axe kill whatever reavers we can, and then use chaos blades to finish up whatever we can. Alright, so now that all the enemies are dead, we're going to go ahead and go get that runic attack that I mentioned earlier. Again, just as a reminder, I don't use this in the run. It's more of a backup for a late section in the game that has a crap ton of enemies that all attack you at once. In the event that I mess it up, this is kind of my way to kind of reset the area, is using this ability. So, I suggest picking it up. If you don't want to pick it up, you don't have to. But again, it's I found it to be a good insurance policy for late game. Now, when you pick up that runic attack, one of the things you do not want to do is equip it. If you equip it, you'll spawn enemies into the area, so do not equip that runic until you've gotten back into essentially the gate room.
Understand? I'm dangling from the hip of the bloody ghost of Sparta.
Do not call me that.
Oh, don't mistake me, brother. From what I heard, the Pantheon had it coming. It's still a bit to take in. I knew you hate gods, but you really can't stay away from them, can you?
You must say nothing to the boy. He must never know.
Bollocks, brother. Respectfully, bollocks. He has to know. He'll never be whole without the truth. Look, I get it. You hate the gods, all gods. It's no accident that includes yourself. And it includes your boy. You see that? He feels that. He can't help what he is. He can't begin to help it because you haven't even told him. It's all connected, man.
You will tell him nothing.
Very well.
Hey, so you know that shortcut between realms?
Okay, so we're going to upgrade a couple of things. We're going to upgrade the blades, and then I'm going to get a blade handle here, which is, I don't want to say essential for late game, but again, another insurance policy in the exact same area where that runic is an insurance policy. In the event that I don't have enough rage for that area, you can basically go from 0 rage to 100% rage just by having that that blade hilt. So I picked that up in anticipation, again, as an insurance policy for one of the last areas in the game. Now, with the runic, I said, yeah, you don't have to pick it up if you don't want to. I highly suggest you pick up the Chaos Blade handle there. Because oftentimes the area right before that section is going to expend you of all of your fury. And you don't want to go from no fury to no fury between those two engagements. And once we get there in like an hour and a half or whatever, I'll explain that again. But just take my word for it. If you're doing this run, I highly suggest you pick up that blade hilt.
get this.
Thanks.
Your father did the heavy lifting. You should stay, recover.
You have done enough.
You know my door is always open to you.
Alright, so this little area here, Hayate, why are you swinging at nothing? It's a speed thing, guys. This just makes it quicker to get to the elevator. Otherwise, you're in this like slow walk.
Sure you do, lad. We need a boat.
I don't know. I guess we need a boat.
Okay then. Ah, see? The boat washed ashore. Someone did call a serpent earlier.
Get in. I will pull.
You sure I can't turn into a wolf?
You are welcome to surprise me.
Is this why I hear voices sometimes? You sure you've never heard any?
Not as you do.
That's no surprise. Every god is unique.
So, maybe I won't get strong like Father, but I'll have abilities all my own?
You already do, laddie. Your faculty for language is extraordinary for one so young. Time alone will tell what else you'll become capable of.
So you knew all along?
I did, lad. But I've known more than my share of gods.
Me too, apparently. I wonder who else knew I was a god. Freya for sure. Brock and Sindri?
They do not need to know.
Baldur! Does he know? Is that why he's after us? Do you know him from before?
The day of your mother's funeral was the first I ever saw Baldur. That is the truth.
Hey, we don't have to go right back to Tears of Alfheim, do we? I mean, we're God. We can do whatever we want, right? What do you really feel like doing right now?
I will show you.
Hey, Mimir. Last we were in a boat, and we just started the story. What did you want to tell me about the Long War?
Both sides suffered tremendous losses. And for many of us, quite frankly, war was simply no fun anymore. But a rather senseless waste of precious life. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Precisely. Enough was enough. And at last, Odin's most brilliant advisor became determined to find a more enlightened path. He set about to broker a peace between the gods. It took some convincing, but ultimately Odin was persuaded to marry his deadliest enemy, a certain Vanir goddess, legendary not only for her fertile beauty, but her genius at the very Vanir magic that Odin had long aspired to master.
Freya married Odin? What was in it for her?
It was a sacrifice to protect her people, a selfless act of love. Truly, she deserves better than she got. But of course, there's more to that story.
Okay, I know I saw something.
I saw it too.
Freya did say the Jotunheim realm tower was missing from the lake. But maybe only kinda?
Very strange indeed.
Should we dock on this beach?
So we took a little detour over this way, and essentially it was just to get this. This grip for the axe is basically identical to the one that we got earlier for the Chaos Blades, in that on kills it will give you, or it has a chance to give you, a rage burst. Maybe you guys have kind of seen a theme here now with getting rage. Rage is going to be a fairly hot commodity towards late game. So this is just preparation for various areas where I need rage, and this is just a way to get it faster.
Feels strange somehow.
No doubt some arcane magics were involved. I would be not at all surprised to learn you were sensitive to that.
So what we're going to do here is before we continue, we're going to take another little detour, and we're going to land on the beach right in front of us. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because at this point, I need 2 more horns to max upgrade our rage bar. And the final one that we're going to get, so 3 of 3, is going to be the next time we go to hell. So 2 of 3 is going to be this one. And essentially it's this one versus another one, and the reason I chose this one is because this one's a lot less riskier to get. That's the only reason. Now the strategy here, and I remember it clear as day because I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that just fucking happened. That never happened at all before. And this run is going really good, and I have a reputation of when things are going really good, games like to bug on me. So that's what happened here, and you'll see it shortly. But what the strategy is I'm going to open up this entire area in preparation for the enemies we're about to have to fight. So we're going to open up this next gate, and then I'm going to run forward, aggro the enemies, and then we're going to run right back through this gate. And what that's going to do is that's going to essentially reset them. So they'll drop out of combat with me, they'll reset to their default positions, and I can move on to where the strategy is intended to be done from. Now, it's very rare, I'd say, 15% or less, where right here I go to turn and they're still in combat with me. If that happens, you turn around immediately and go back and try again. But once you do make it up here, essentially it's just axe throws. Now you have 3 dark elves here. You've got 2 standards and 1 elite. And the elite is a pain in the ass because essentially from up here, you have to just use Atreus to kill him. You can't do anything to kill him. Anything that you would do would put you at risk of taking damage. And if you get too close to the edge, which is part of the normal strategy, if you get too close to the edge and he happens to do his slam attack, for whatever reason, the game bugs him through the environment and he instantly dies. Unfortunately, those slam attacks, if you remember back to the boss fight in Alfheim, that doesn't happen until he gets to around, say, 25% HP or something like that, right? So you're waiting all this time, and you can't do any damage other than Atreus, so that's why it's taking a while. But again, it's not a speed run. We're trying to be as safe as possible. So once we do get him down to that state where he can use the slam, what again should happen is he should slam into this area and disappear into the environment and die instantly. In this instance, that's not what happened. For whatever reason, he actually made it all the way up here like that and scared the shit out of me. At this point, I was like, great, this run is dead. Because what is he going to do? He's going to shoot these things, and I'm like, I don't have a whole lot of space to work with here. Luckily, again, I stayed calm. I got through it. Once he died, I was kind of shitting myself. But yeah, again, that was super rare. I had never, ever seen that. And this strategy was something that I was doing for many, many, many attempts prior to this completion of the run. So whatever happened there, I don't know. I can't explain it. But if you see it, that's what you need to do. For these enemies, simply Atreus shock arrows and axe throws to get through it. And that'll be the last enemies that you'll fight in this area. Once these are dead, just follow my example to get the horn, and then we'll continue on with the story.
Let's try this again, without interruptions. Here we go again.
The bull's answer. In plain sight.
Says Earth.
Read it.
Death itself I swallow, to spring forth life tomorrow.
Go.
Yeah. I wish I had known I was a god in Alfheim. I wouldn't have felt so bad about killing so many elves.
Well, I'm not sure that's the lesson.
You've done nothing to regret. The elves forced their affairs upon us.
No, I get it now. We had god things to do, and they were in the way, dragging us into their little problems.
Again, are we just leaving that there?
I mean, just knowing we're gods makes me feel so much stronger.
Maybe you feel a little too good right now. With power comes a big choice, lad. You can either serve yourself, or put your godhood in the service of others, like Tyr did.
People really loved him, huh?
Aye. A god of war, but one who fought for peace. Had a reputation for being heroic and lawful, using his power and knowledge to stop wars rather than start them.
So there are good gods.
Once in a moon, it's been known to happen, yes?
This one mentions places I've never heard of. Seems Tyr really liked to travel.
Tyr believed the mind, not might, was key to preventing war and chaos. And he also knew visiting other cultures would give him perspective staying in one place could not. While Odin always hoarded knowledge, guarding it jealously, Tyr was open and sharing with his learning and his wisdom. For this, mortals adored Tyr, showing their love by bringing him gifts the world over.
So, whatever happened to Tyr?
Odin came to regard him as a threat to his rule. He suspected Tyr of collaborating to aid the giants instead of helping to steal their secrets for the Aesir. The same thing he accused me of, frankly. Though in Tyr's case, I believe he was right.
You think Tyr was helping the giants?
I do. He felt responsible for the suffering visited upon them by Odin. I suspect he had something to do with helping them cover their tracks.
The missing Jotunheim tower.
Correct. Whatever happened to it, I believe it could only have been done with Tyr and the giants working together.
Where is this Black Rune?
Don't know. I've never been in here.
The stone! That has to be it. Naturally. No. You know, for someone so loved, Tyr sure was paranoid.
Aye. Thanks to Odin, with good reason. Move it or you may lose it, brother.
Well, that's unfriendly. How'd you know that was there?
Experience.
Look, small passages on either side. Perfect for the boy.
It's too small for father, though.
Go. That will be fine.
Careful, brother. Freya's not here to bring you back if you're cutting too.
Alright, so this room, guys, is simply a pain in the ass. That's all I can say about it. The overall strategy here is to essentially what I like to call play NASCAR. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this off by getting pushes, any pushes I can into the pit, do all of my runic attacks, and then we're just going to run around in a circle. And the reason I'm doing that is to try and keep the enemies away from me and make sure that they're spread out in a way that the Murder of Crows can get full benefit from. At that point, your main priority is going to be the nightmares. You want to get those off the board. And then once the nightmares are off the board, you're back to kind of running in a circle, just kind of like moving around, keeping things away from you, letting Atreus' arrows do the work. If you can get any knockbacks into the pit, go ahead and go for that. But otherwise, you're just going to keep moving around to keep them away from you. Now, I popped Spartan Rage here. I think I was getting a little annoyed with the placement of these guys. They were acting fairly erratic. Generally, they would all be grouped up. Unfortunately, you know, in this attempt, they were all kind of spread everywhere. So I got a little impatient there and popped Spartan Rage. Feel free to do that if you're doing this as a no damage run as well, or if you're doing a casual playthrough, feel free to do that. You don't need Spartan Rage for really anything coming up in the near term, so that's fine if you dump it all there. Otherwise, like I said, just keep running around, maintaining distance, and using Atreus and axe throws to finish everything off.
What did you see in that ball that set you off? Seemed important to you.
It was a rash impulse. You need not dwell on my failings.
Wow, that was almost an apology. Well, I guess you do like to smash bottom.
Ah!
Focus up!
Watch out! He's already not ready! Look, I just want to know the truth from now, okay? I don't care if it hurts me or not. I want to learn. Just because you hate being a god doesn't mean I have to.
More small passages.
I know. Go.
I can't watch, brother. Good luck.
And I thought those saws were scary. Don't you enjoy it at all? Being a god? On an adventure in some amazing place? Maybe Mother wanted us to have a little fun.
So at the top of the chain, we're gonna have to deal with a few more enemies. Nothing to talk to here, guys. It's the same stuff I've been, repeating this entire time. Throw axe, use Atreus arrows. If anything gets too close, use a runic attack. Prioritize nightmares, etc.
Clever.
Get out of here.
I'm fine. How do we get you out?
Pull chains on the wall.
What? There are 3 of them. What do I do?
Atreus, focus. You can do this.
Please hurry. I don't know yet if I can drown.
Okay, think. Hati's the silver one. He hunts the moon. Skull's gold and he chases the sun. For Ragnarok to happen, they have to eat them. But these are out of order.
Good boy.
So the moon goes on the left, sun on the right. With Midgard in the middle, but which bar do I pull?
The middle! Left, boy! The middle!
Gotta get them in order. Moon left, sun right.
Pull the right! The left!
Moon on the left, sun on the right.
Middle! Quickly! Pull the right!
Did it!
Well, I can't drown. Guess that's something.
We're not stopping! Wait!
Boy, you have to stop that chain.
How?
I do not know.
Wait, I know what to do.
Her knife?
There's no other way. It's not working. That should have worked.
A knife.
I know. The rune's free. I think we did it.
Aye. Let's go see what Tyr's got for us.
Raised protection. It rubbed off. Look, there it is. We've got it.
Alright, so we've made it to the point of dealing with the twin giants. So both fire and ice. Essentially, what you want to do is as soon as you come out of this, you want to run kind of like a slight horseshoe around. Use your runic attack, your heavy runic, your light runic, and then you want to run. And you're going to use Atreus arrows here. You're going to use Atreus runic here. And what you want to do is you want to just kind of keep them away from you. They'll do this roar, not the roar you just saw, but that one right there, where it almost looks like they're flexing their bicep. Whenever they do that, they're going to charge at you and slam. And all you have to do is to avoid that is what I'm doing here. You run a slight horseshoe around. And that'll be the strategy for this entire fight. We just run around their slam attack and keep them at distance. Use runic attacks when they're available. And then once they're low enough, or one of them should I say is low enough, we're going to pop Spartan Rage and start rock throwing to kill them, okay? Now, the mechanic for this fight is that the damage you do to one is made up for by the others, so they're always trying to balance health bars and be at equal, right? So if you do too much damage to one, the other one will lose health, while the one that you did damage to gains health to then equalize. So you want to keep that in mind before you do Spartan Rage. Make sure that they're low enough that they're not just going to be gaining health back while you're in Spartan range, basically out healing the damage you're doing. But as you can see, this is a very simple strat. It's, you know, fairly low risk. So right there, he's like super low, so I pop Spartan Rage, and then I'm going in, and you can see he kind of out heals me a little bit for a second. But I'm able to catch up, and Atreus arrows are able to help out in that area. And then at this point, it's just doing the same thing you've been doing this whole time. Wait till he does his little flex, run around him, use whatever abilities you need. Here, I choose the light runic, and that's it, man. And it's just now at this point that I realize earlier when we were in Hell, I kept referring to that runic as a heavy runic. It's a light runic, obviously. This is where we pick up the heavy runic, and we will use this heavy runic essentially in the last fight of the run. I can't remember using it at any other point. So you don't necessarily need to upgrade it or worry about doing anything like that until the last fight in the game.
Having learned that travel room to Jotunheim, we can now head back to the gateway on top of the peak and put that...
I'm gonna tell Sindri on the top. I'd like to see the look on his face.
No, I may have kept your secret too long, but now you will keep our secret.
Why should we hide where we are? Secrets are Odin's way. Shouldn't we be open? Like Tyr?
Tyr kept secrets too, for good reasons. To protect people, it is wiser to be discreet.
That doesn't mean you should lie to your friend or your family.
I'm sure Sindri would...
Can't guarantee you'll like.
So let's go ahead and upgrade our blades and the Talon bow. Now with the blades, we're going to want to upgrade right now so that we have access to Elemental Surge and Elemental Explosion, which Elemental Explosion is going to be a huge ability for the run when we're getting swarmed by enemies, multiple enemies. So we're going to go ahead and pick that up now. And then we have some enemies in this area we have to deal with. So once we get these upgraded, we're going to come out of this menu and we're going to have to take out a nightmare with bow shots, and then we're going to have to deal with the troll. Now the troll's going to throw a rock at you every single time. So as soon as you see it happen, you need to stop and then back roll it. If you don't stop at the exact moment that he goes to pull it out, and you start moving, it'll track you and you'll take a hit. So unlike all the other trolls, we're not really going to use this troll to kill any of the other enemies because the other enemies are too far away. So we're just going to kill this troll while moving towards where we're going to fight the other enemies. And so once this guy is down, we should just have a warrior to deal with. So we're just going to stun him, run up, give him a good cleave, and then we'll finish him off.
Us? Okay, which way up?
Why did you speak to the dwarf like that?
Aren't you sick of hearing about him and his brother?
Of course. But it serves nothing to make an enemy of him.
You should know the truth, even if it hurts.
So the enemies up here are going to be the first time you'll see me use the Elemental Explosion ability. And essentially what that is just, kind of throwing out your chains and then holding the button. This is a huge ability. I cannot begin to tell you how good this ability is for the no damage run. In fact, I would say this is one of the top 3 abilities for doing no damage easily. Like, without this ability, good luck. It's probably not going to happen. Especially in the later sections of the games. Areas where you get swarmed by a lot of enemies. And so, on that note, we're going to deal with our first enemy swarm here. So, essentially what you're going to want to do is, once we make it to the top of the area, I'm going to round to the right. And that's just to make sure that I hit the trigger that spawns in the enemies at the last possible moment. And the reason I want to do that is because I want from where they spawn to where I go to be as short as possible. So basically you're going to move to this spot and use Elemental Explosion on the floor and just do it over and over and over again. Now you have to use it on this exact section of the floor. If you try and use it, for example, on the ramp that I'm standing on, it won't work. If for whatever reason it doesn't hit the floor, like right there where it kind of auto-targeted onto an enemy, that's absolutely fine. As soon as you come off of that, just make sure that your next Elemental Explosion is aimed again at the floor. You want to try and keep this on the floor to get the widest explosion radius that you can on these enemies. Now, while you're doing this, feel free to use Atreus arrows to help. I generally find that using Atreus arrows messes up my flow, but like it did right there. So that's completely up to you and what you're comfortable with. So, but that's the strategy for essentially any enemies that we have to deal with from now until the game is done. If we're being swarmed by a bunch of enemies, that's what we'll do.
If you knew all along that we were gods, why come up with the story about Odin trying to follow us to Jotunheim before we get there? Isn't it a lot simpler if they want us dead because we're gods? And they think we're a threat?
I suppose we can't rule it out, but Odin's ways are subtle, and his purposes are...
Enough about Odin and his whole story. Fair? But we're not. Tyr wasn't. Freya neither. The Aesir gods, that's who's evil. And you know what? Odin's right. We are a threat. Because we know what they are and we know we can beat them.
Well, not all of them. Not yet.
Magni did his worst, and he's dead. They're no better than us. And they're gonna be sorry to take this fight.
Thor!
Alright, so after the cutscene, we're basically going to come over and shatter this wall, and then we're going to have 3 diggers to deal with. You know, the strategy here is basically just shock them with Atreus arrows, try and keep them above ground, if at all possible, and throw axe. It's that simple. If for whatever reason one does burrow, just make sure you're watching for it. When it comes up to attack, you block it. You know, shock it with Atreus arrows, and then focus it as your priority to get it killed since it's the closest thing to you.
Keep your wits about you, boy. If Modi found us, Baldur cannot be far.
So there are 2 enemies at the top of this climb once we get done with it. The first enemy, Atreus, is like auto-scripted to just go and kill. So what we're going to do is we're just basically going to run right by it and ignore it like it's not even there. So we'll run to the second one. We'll do a light runic. We'll throw axe until it's stunned, and then we'll finish it off. So for these enemies in the room, we're basically going to run right by them, similar to the last time we were here, except that they're not going to drop out of combat. We're going to have to fight them. So we're going to get to the top of this wall, turn around, and then we're going to just engage on them. If any enemies do come up here, you can either knock them back, use your runic attacks. Atreus arrows work sometimes, but if you do get a heavy throw on them, there is a good chance that they instantly die. Which is really nice. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to really connect on any of it, but when they're climbing, if you have the ability to throw it and you're not preoccupied, throw a heavy attack before they fully climb up, and 9 times out of 10 they'll insta-die.
Can't learn if you won't teach me.
You do not heed my lessons.
I've done everything you asked, and all I wanted was the truth. Where did you get your fire blades? Why did you hide them? You said there are consequences to killing a god. You used the blades to kill one. Who else did you kill? Before Magni? How many? Do you hear me?
I heard you, and these are not subjects for discussion. Do not push me, boy.
Fine. Amir, guess what? I know everything I need to know now. I have nothing else to learn.
Ah, congratulations.
So for this area, you want to make sure that as you get to the top of the elevator, you're faced the way I'm faced with the lever switch to your left. And so when you're able to move, you want to run all the way down. Just ignore the enemies behind you, run all the way down. Try and kill this nightmare, if at all possible. It's kind of a pain in the ass sometimes, and you might not get it. But try and kill it so it doesn't possess anything. And then just deal with the enemies one at a time. So we dealt with that one. We're going to deal with the ranged enemy up here. And then I'm going to edge forward here and try and deal with the other enemies one at a time. So this one's possessed. That's complete RNG, whether this one's possessed or the other one's possessed. So just try and stay ranged. What I was trying to do here was I was trying to stun the nightmare out of him, which didn't work. And I think I spent like quite a while trying to do that actually, but you know, now we've gotten to a point where, you know, all the enemies are here, so you want a runic attack, you know, use Atreus arrows. If you have to Spartan Rage, you can Spartan Rage here. Now that the nightmare is out, I want to prioritize the nightmares if at all possible to keep them from going back in like that. So I failed in that instance, but that's okay. So for this one, again, I think I was just trying to stun it. Or get its health low enough to force the nightmare out of it, which, as you can see, I was unsuccessful. But luckily, there's a pot above, so that did quite a bit of damage. And then this was a little weird for me. I was like, his stun bar is like right there, and I'm hitting him, and I'm not understanding why it's not filling up. So eventually, it did. I just I don't know if that was a bug or some type of interaction I wasn't aware of, but yeah, that was a really weird one. So that's pretty much this area, and that's probably the hardest area in this section of the game, is going through all those enemies.
Oh, did you then? Well, how'd that go?
Anything can get through all that hell, we found something.
Armor piece? Oh, I hope.
So as I mentioned earlier, we want to upgrade Atreus's armor fully, so I'm selling this stuff off so that I have enough money to do that. And we're going to go ahead and max him out now. And again, the reason we're doing that is not only for the massive reduction in time per shot that he takes, but the bonus therein, which is, again, that last arrow that he fires before he has no more arrows to fire will do increased damage.
Come on, you two. The silence is getting unnerving.
Don't worry about it. We're focusing.
Nearly there now.
Finally.
Boy, Rune.
Carve along that.
So as we come out of the cutscene here, we're going to be dealing with Baldur, and after we get done with this, Baldur's basically going to get on top of us and start hitting us. And this is one area that technically in the run I consider acceptable damage. I didn't take damage here, but 95% of the time you will take damage on that very first punch that he does. I don't really understand how to stop it. I did a lot of study, watched a lot of other people do this, and only found a handful that were able to not take damage there. And I've only been able to do it twice. Once in this run, which was really kind of awesome, being that this was the run, and then another one in a failed attempt. And I think it's a timing thing. Like, when I say timing, I mean like a couple of frames. Like, you have the smallest opportunity between success and failure in getting it off, and just based on that, in my rule set, if you look in the description section, I say that this is allowable damage, in my opinion, just because of how fucking inconsistent it is. And like I said, to this day, I don't know exactly why it works when it does. I'm assuming it's just a really tight timing window. But the speedrunners that I did see that were able to do it without taking a hit, you know, I've watched some of their other attempts where they take hits. And I've messaged those people and asked, hey, how are you not taking a hit here? And I never got any explanation back from them. So my best guess is it's a timing thing and just a really tight window of opportunity there. So if you're trying to do this no damage run, you want to follow my rules, that one section and only that one section would be allowable damage in your run.
Who's activated the bridge? Hey!
Wow, it's cold. This is hell?
Not just hell. Worst place in hell you could have put us.
I see a ship.
Get us there. It only takes us halfway to Tyr's temple, but at least it gets us far from here. For 1,000 mortal lifetimes, the Bridgekeeper kept the living.
So as you make your way up to the top of this, you want to immediately break left and then turn around and wait for this enemy, and you want to get him stunned. As long as you get him stunned, you don't have to worry about his shield mechanic and him either stopping your attacks or stopping Atreus' attacks.
Boy.
That wasn't me.
Now we're going to have some enemies up in front of us here, and they spawn as soon as you jump the gap. So we're going to jump the gap, do a quick U-turn, turn back around, run back a fair bit, and then focus and prioritize the nightmares and the enemies on our side. After that, we're going to focus the ones on the other side via Atreus shots and axe throws.
Was me. But we're gods. We can do whatever we
Turn away, boy.
That's what I said to your mother, right before I gave it to her.
That wasn't me. I couldn't have done that.
Do not dwell on those thoughts. Not here.
Yeah,
We must keep moving.
yeah.
Ed, what was that?
Not just the old and sick come to Helheim, so do the criminals. Hell must not draw a distinction between us and those whom these visions are meant to torture.
How do we stop it?
Escape Hell, as soon as possible.
I'm not gonna let it bother me. Like you said, Mimir, it was just an illusion. I wasn't.
No. But it is who you have become of late.
So in this next area, we're going to get another one of the armored enemies. And basically, as soon as you open this door, you need to be holding back. Just go ahead and back up so he can't immediately attack you. And then you're going to fight this guy the same as you fought in all of the other ones. Luckily, this is one of the variants that does not have a shield, so you can engage him from the back, which is very nice. But yeah, you'll basically just attack him like all the other ones. If he does that frost attack, as you see, just dodge roll out of the AoE there, and then continue attacking him in whatever manner you see fit.
Wait, I think I see Baldur up ahead.
I would never
Stay out of sight.
Listen.
You had no right.
I had every right. I am your mother.
You had no right, witch. I can't taste. I can't smell. I can't even feel the temperature of this room. Feasting, drinking, women, it's all gone.
You never
Gone.
have to feel pain again. Death has no power over you now. You would rather die?
Never feel again? Yes. I would rather die. Yes. Take it away.
I can't.
Please, take it away.
It doesn't work like that. Trust me, in time, you will thank me. You will thank me.
Come on. No. Yes. I won't. Come on. You ruined my life.
Honey, we can figure this out. I promise. Trust me. I know how to.
No, you can't fix it. Come on. Do it! Do it! Do it. Come on! Coward. I never want to see you again. Never.
Freya is his mother. Why did you keep this from us, Head?
Would you believe it slipped my mind?
I would not.
I'm at a loss. I assure you have no reason to keep such a thing a secret.
There's the boat. We will speak more of this soon.
Now you're going to drop down into this next area and you're going to get a whole bunch of enemies, and these are some serious enemies. You know, they're immune to stuns and things like that, and of certain types of attacks you do. So the strategy here that I came up with was just simply to turn around and run to this area. Deal with as many of them as you can and try and keep them back. Once you get the nightmares down and you get the reavers down that can you know, use elemental magic or whatever against you, once they're down you'll just be left with essentially the heavy, and those are very, very easy to deal with in this area. So I think I went out a little bit premature. As you can see, we still had a shield weaver out, which is one of the reasons why I used the stun here, just to lock them down while I deal with them. But otherwise, you know, just use Atreus arrows. When they're shocked and stunned, you can use runic attacks. You can use cleave is really good. But essentially get all the other enemies out of the area and then deal with these two as you see fit.
I will have much to do after I kill.
So before we go to the ship here, we need to go get our last horn of the run. This will fully max out our Spartan Rage bar, and we definitely want that for the ship that's coming up. So follow my example here to get that, and then I'll chime back in on the ship, because the ship is a beast and definitely one of the top 3 areas in the game that are difficult as hell. So I'll see you guys back on the ship and we'll go through that strategy explanation.
Not entirely sure this is seaworthy.
Give me space to work. You have done enough.
So after we get done with the wheel here, what I'm going to do is we're going to have a little bit of downtime when dialogue's going. We're flying. I'm basically just going to break all of the objects Dark Souls style in the area. And the reason for that is because they can mess up interactions. Say I'm trying to knock somebody off of the side of the boat. I've had on rare occasion where they kind of impact with an object, and that object stops them from going off the side. I've also had it where I'm trying to, say, throw axe or something, and for whatever reason the object kind of blocks that attack or obstructs my view of an enemy to use the attack properly or whatever. So while we're waiting, I just run around and get all that stuff out of the way.
On perhaps the biggest iceberg I've ever seen.
At least the fire is chopping it? So now the sails are loose?
Just watch.
Pulling the sails down? But how are they gonna catch the wind?
So you're going to want to pick up the enhancement out of this this chest here. This is going to increase your burn damage by 50%, if I remember correctly. 25%, okay. And that's going to be huge. Absolutely huge for the ship, because we're going to face a lot of enemies, and we're going to be burning the hell out of them. So make sure you pick that up. Make sure you equip that.
Wait for me there. Atreus,
I can help?
together now.
We did it! We're free! We are going to get out of here.
So at this point, we've now, you know, we're in the fight for the ship, and this is conducted over multiple phases. So phase 1's not too bad. They're just going to send constant enemies at you until a predetermined point, when you'll get a cutscene, and then all the enemies will die. What I'm setting up to do here is, as the enemies spawn in, if you're able to knock them into the 2 flame pyres that you have, you know, helping to guide the ship here, they'll insta-dive, just like that. So if you just leave them alone, don't initially attack them right away, and just kind of guide them into the flames, do that and you'll get an easy kill. So I'm going to do that and on as many as I can, which I believe that's the last one. And then we're going to start getting way more than just one enemy at a time. So at that point, shove off whatever you can over the side. If you can get a stun like I did there, you'll kill it that way. Otherwise, you'll want to focus on one side of the boat. Don't try and focus on keeping both sides lit, because it's not gonna work for you. At some point, you'll be surrounded by enemies, which again is what you don't want. So go to one side of the boat, focus on one pyre, and just keep all of the enemies off of that. And in doing so, you'll keep all of the enemies in front of you, you know, to the greatest extent that you possibly can. Now, the reason why I'm running back and forth on this beginning portion is simply to kind of alleviate the enemies. As long as both pyres are lit, then only half the enemies will look at you. So it's more like a variable reduction. But beyond this first phase, so that was phase 1, now we're in phase 2. Beyond that phase, you're not going to be able to do that anymore. You need to only focus on one. So for the heavy, we're going to come over here, we're going to light runic to turn them around, and we're going to heavy runic to throw them off the ship. If you do it in the direction that I did it, that'll work every single time. Then we're going to retreat back over here, and we're just going to elemental explosion into the ground. Now you want to do that in the way that I'm doing it, where I'm like basically all the way up against this pyre. The reason for that is the same reason why, you know, you stand on walls, you stand on trees, you stand on logs, whatever, is because it confuses the enemy AI. And so any enemies that are, if you draw a straight line from where I was doing this, anything to the left of that line is not going to be able to see me to attack me. They're going to have to physically walk in front of me. So it just increases the likelihood that you hit them with the explosion and they're not able to do damage to you. So as soon as we push this first one over, we're now in phase 3, or what I call phase 3, and we're basically going to set back up on this pyre and elemental explosion all of the enemies that spawn basically right in front of Kratos where I'm at. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus all of my attention in this area more or less. And then as I'm killing enemies, I'm going to look left and just see what's going on. If I see enemies that I need to take out, or if I see enemies that are too close to the pyre or whatever, then I'll prioritize accordingly. But basically I'm going to live right here in this little corner of the ship, and every time these 2 enemies spawn in, I'm going to Elemental Explosion on them. And what that does is that gets them, which are the closest enemies to me, it gets them off the playing board immediately. And 9 times out of 10, you'll actually send the second one over the side with the first Elemental Explosion. So it's a good way to just kind of manage the area, keep everything away from the only pyre that's still lit, and make sure that I'm never in any real danger of being attacked because they're never close enough to do melee damage. That guy went off the side, so that was a demonstration of what I was saying. The vast majority of the time, you'll be able to do that, which just means less risk, right? So we're using Atreus shots to, you know, shock and stun all of the enemies that are away from me, and the reason for that is to simply keep them away from the pyre. I don't want to get into a situation where I've got enemies close in front of me and enemies close behind me. But you're going to do this over and over and over again until a predetermined point. These will infinitely spawn until that predetermined point. And then once you get to that predetermined point, you'll get like a little mini cutscene with 2 harpoons coming in. Alright, so now that we've gotten both harpoons in, I'm going to go around the area and prep it for everything that's about to come. So I'm going to go ahead and pick everything up that I need to pick up. I'm going to break the board, so if I need to jump the gap, there's nothing stopping me. And so each one of these harpoons we release, we're going to get a witch. So we're going to release one, and then we're going to turn around, and as the witch spawns, we're going to do our normal strategy, use Atreus arrow to break her ability to dodge us. We're going to run up, Spartan Rage her over the side, come out of Spartan Rage, and we're good to go. Okay? And then we're going to do the exact same thing on the second one. You know, on this one, we're going to get a couple of nightmares. It's not a problem. I stay in Spartan Rage here just until they're dead. Just to make certain that I can't take damage, because in Spartan Rage you cannot take damage. So it's kind of like a safety blanket. So once all the enemies are dead, we can throw off the last harpoon. This phase is done, and then we'll move on to the final phase. So for the final phase of the fight, the first enemy we're going to get is we're going to get a heavy, similar to phase 1, where we send them off the side, right? With our runic attacks. Except this time I want to save my runic and my heavy runic, and so I'm going to use a light runic, similar to how when we were in Hell the first time, we got the heavy that dropped in front of us, and we light runicked, we threw axe, we got him into the stun state, and then we threw him. Luckily, he's going to be close enough that we're going to be able to throw him off the ship, and we're not even going to have to deal with him. So you'll want to move to this position, light runic, stun him in the back, pick him up, and toss his ass right off the ship. Now, once he's off the ship, we are going to have to deal with a bunch of other enemies, and simply what I like to do is I like to just run back and forth and deal with the singulars that come out. And then once I start getting overwhelmed, we're just going to pick a side, basically, and live in it. And if at any point, I think this actually gets messed up at some point. If at any point things get messed up or you start to get like really nervous that you're going to take damage, just pop Spartan Rage. It's better to give yourself immortality than to really risk it. And I kind of get into that situation. I think it's right here. I'm like, oh shit. And I've got some, I'm looking left, I'm looking right. Oh, I'm surrounded. Someone's trying to attack me from the back. You know, I've got a magic wielder on the other side. And here soon, I'm just going to be like, this is a bad spot. I need to Spartan Rage. So I think it's like right about here-ish, maybe? Yeah, there we go. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, I am no longer confident in my ability to get through this without taking damage. I'm just getting too nervous. And at that time, you just pop Spartan Rage and you go. So when the harpoon comes in, the troll is going to come in. You need to run and meet the troll. He is now your main priority. So we use Atreus Shock to basically CC all the other enemies so that I can fully focus and full send on this guy. And I want to get him to a stun state so that I can basically mount and kill off all the other enemies using his damage. So it's very unlikely that you're going to kill every single enemy in the time that you have with the troll. So you just want to kill as much as you can and then turn the troll to an empty area. So I turned it to basically where the troll spawned in, and basically that's where we're going to run. We're going to run back to this area. There was one enemy in my way, that's not a problem. We turn around, and now all enemies are in front of me. So now I don't feel at risk. I don't feel super nervous. I'm able to essentially just Atreus shots, throw axe, same strategy we've been doing for pretty much the whole run. And that's the ship, guys. That is number 3 on my list of worst places to get through without taking damage. Number 2 is coming up, and then number 1 is also coming up. So, of course, the top 3 are at the very end of the run.
We are leaving this realm. Now.
As long as we didn't wreck our way back. What is this place?
This is Odin's. I recognize his atrocious taste.
Look at that! It's the
Alright, let's get back to Midgard and see about making that key. Where's that dwarf?
Bowhead, why did you not tell us Baldur is the son of Freya?
He is! It's shocking every time I hear it, and yet obviously I know it. When I think about Baldur and Freya,
Mimir?
Yes, lad.
Freya.
How's that, brother?
Said, tell me Baldur's vulnerability.
Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
Wait, what is happening?
He is bewitched not to speak of what he knows.
I am? I am! Oh, that's it precisely. I wonder how long that's been so. Since she had my head at her mercy, or back when I...
Can you make it?
Let's do it. Blades is gonna sing now. And for Junior, shoot straight. Got something else in mind?
Now we just need to figure out what door is to be open. It has to be somewhere in the temple.
Tyr's rune. This is it.
We're inside. But what is this place?
Your guess is as good as mine, little brother.
The tree! Underneath the rope traveler! But why is the floor on the ceiling?
Those realm doors seem to mirror the ones above.
Up there. Tyr used the same magic to protect the Black Rune. The clue we seek may be inside.
Huh. Right next to the Jotunheim door.
Interesting. But can we reach it?
Not from here.
Oh, what's behind there?
Well, one inner sanctum within another.
Boy, this is the rune for Jotunheim.
That's right. And look, we're on the other side of the door.
The upside-down door.
What are you thinking?
Stand back.
Okay.
Extraordinary. The whole room is built on some kind of axle.
There's chains on both sides. Without those...
We can flip the temple.
All right.
What now?
Uh-oh. Things are happening. Okay. I don't think they're attacking.
Boy, on the statues.
I see them. It says void.
Ominous.
Go on. Read.
Before the first, after the last. Nothing between, no shadow cast. Ow.
Are you quite sure flipping the temple is the only way to reach them, whatever it is?
You said there would be a path. The temple can be flipped.
Therefore, we flip the temple. The logic is unassailable. Not sure what happens when we recklessly upend a room that's rooted to 8 other realms. I'm curious, of course, but it's a leap to imagine it gets us to Jotunheim.
I don't mind a leap.
Well, who knows? Perhaps you and Tyr are the same kind of mad. Again with the death traps. I'd have thought, brother. Why don't you let the lad carry it for a while?
Did you miss this?
Enjoying this, aren't Time to do what you do, brother.
So as we get rid of this chain, we're going to have to deal with a bunch of enemies. Now, I chose to go this way versus the other path simply because I don't need to use Spartan Rage on this side. I absolutely have to on the other side. So since I'm not at 100% Spartan Rage, we can use this to kind of build it up and pick up any rage drops that might fall off the enemies. So as the enemies spawn, just use Atreus shots and throw axe until you get the troll spawning. And once the troll comes in, you are going to full send on the troll. Everything you have on the troll, similar to like basically every other troll encounter. And then we're going to use the troll's damage to finish off as many of the enemies as we can. So again, nothing different here. Again, we're using Murder of Crows to keep any enemies that are behind me stunned while I work on the troll. And then once we get on top of the troll, then we'll clear up what we can. Now it's very imperative, this kind of goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. You basically want to play in only this spot. Because this is the only spot that you will not take fire damage. If you happen to be preoccupied with an enemy and you forget the fire, you're not going to take fire damage up against that ledge. Anywhere else in this area, you'll take fire damage more or less. So that's why I choose that spot. I don't think I said that at the very beginning. So as we clean this up, I'm going to move forward to trigger the enemies coming in. And then what I want to do is I want to, and I messed it up, but basically you want to pull the wind out of it when it's in the down position so that the enemies run into it and they just, you let the mechanism kill the enemies. So once that one's done, we're just going to use our movement abilities, our little speed boost ability here to get all the way to the other side. And basically that drops us out of combat with all the other enemies. Now those enemies are still there. If you turned around, you still have to fight them. But you can get away, get into the next area, and then you won't have to worry about them. So before we move on into the next hallway, we want to go and pick up this chest. This is going to give us our bracer upgrade. Again, this is a runic-centric gear piece, and this is our final gear level that we're going to get for this run. The last two pieces of this are after we clear out the next section, and we're getting ready to go flip the realm room. So make sure you do not forget to pick that up. It's very easy to run by that and forget it's there.
I know.
I, for one, never doubted.
Right.
Alright, so for this room, there's less enemies, so that's a plus, but they're both heavies, so we're going to get an armored heavy. So we're going to get one without a shield and one with a shield. And what you want to do is you want to go ahead and throw out Atreus' runic, get as much damage on the one on the left as you can. If they raise skull like that, you want to go ahead and axe throw it to interrupt the cast, otherwise you're going to get a huge attack that comes out. But we want to focus on the one on the left because he's going to be the one that makes it to us first every single time. Once he comes in, we want to use all of the runic attacks, and holy shit, that was close. The fire damage there. But we want to use runic attacks, and then we want to go straight into Spartan Rage and throw rock at him until he's dead. Now this got absolutely messed up. And the reason it got messed up was because the heavy on the left without the shield at the very beginning did his channeling attack, which I've only seen twice in the many attempts that I've done. Because he did that, he didn't get to us in time. Generally, he'll get to you so far in advance before the one with the shield that you're able to fully kill him before the shield ever gets to you. Unfortunately, that's not what happened here, and I had to improvise, and that was really close to losing the run with flames coming in. But, luck was with me there, so that's always a good thing, and I'll never say otherwise. When luck goes my way. So now that they're dead, we're gonna pick up whatever we can get, and then immediately need to lock this platform in the lowest position. You have a lot of enemies coming in, so if you lock this in the lowest position, they'll kind of cram up on it, and then the platform behind, as you saw there, will drop down and kill them for free. So while they're all dying to that, I'm going to come pick everything up that I didn't get earlier, give it maybe a couple of seconds, make sure that they're all dead, and then I'll pull it and make sure that there's only 2 ranged Reavers shooting at me. So what I want to do is I want to lock the second one in the up position. I want to see if there's 2 Reavers, which there are. When this comes back up, I'm going to use Atreus to kill the one on the far right. Once that one's dead, we're going to move forward, but we have to stay really, really far to the left so that his attacks can't hit us. Now I'm going to rotate to the right to make sure Atreus actually comes out. And then once Atreus is out, we'll finish him off. Then from there, we're going to run forward. We're going to lock this in place, and then we're going to run forward. We're going to use our movement technique to basically run past all the other enemies that are going to be spawning in behind me, and get back to the elevator and just go back up. Now I lock this into place once I know Atreus is coming. I have had it happen once where his AI got bugged out. I don't know why, but it got bugged out and he wouldn't come back. So I had to actually go back into the room and fight all of the enemies, kill them all, and then come back. And so what I deduced from that was maybe I went too fast, and Atreus' AI didn't come far enough out to see that he needed to go through the little tunnel thing that he goes through to get around the obstacles. So I started making a rule where once I come through, I wait, see Atreus. Once I see him enter, then I lock that one behind me, and essentially it's just closing the door so the enemies can't follow through if they happen to make it. So once we get the room flipped, we want to turn around immediately and basically complete this puzzle. This is going to give us access to the chest piece and the waist for the runic gear set that we started earlier. And again, this is the final gear in the game. I can't remember in this run if I ended up with enough money to upgrade them. If you have enough money to upgrade, upgrade. If you don't, it's not a necessity. But this is the final gear that you'll have for endgame, so make sure that you get this, and then you'll move on.
See that, Mimir? Nobody can do all this alone. All these obstacles. They're just chances to prove we're the ones who can beat them. We may argue. Me and Father, you and Freya, Brock and Sindri. But when we all work together, we do make a good team. And that's Tyr's test. That's why we're gonna make the Teod.
Do you hear that, brother? Lad's found his equilibrium.
What's that mean?
It means you speak wisely, Atreus. And that is good to hear.
Tyr's shrine showed him stepping off the branch of the world tree. And you're thinking to reach the secret back.
So this is going to be your last, essentially your last opportunity to upgrade before we finish the game. So sell off everything you have, and then it looks like I have enough money. So you know, I believe I'm going to fully upgrade all of my gear here. Yep. So here we go. Upgrade all of your gear as much as you can get. Once you're done with that, then you're going to want to kind of gauge where you are on your enhancements, like your mods, and buy whatever you can get that will give you runic, because we're going to use the hell out of the Chaos Blades soon. So buy up that enhancement. That's one that's always there. And then this one here, you're just basically rolling the dice. You're never going to get the exact same thing every time. Luckily with that I got runic. But I like to roll the dice there. You could go down and drop down into the blue tier and pick up, I think it's a +3 runic. But whatever you decide to do, go ahead, grab that stuff up. Make sure that you've slotted everything. You're prepping for endgame at this point. So once you complete that, we move on, and then we've only got 2 areas left for the run, and they are well, one of them is #1 hardest section in the game. So to recap, #1 hardest section to no damage in the game is what we're about to do. #2 hardest section is releasing the chains with the 2 armored heavies, in my opinion, just because of how much damage they take to kill, and then the little tiny area you're standing in. And then #3 was the ship to get out of hell. So if you've made it this far in the video, I'd be curious to hear, leave it down in the comments section. Tell me, what was your hardest area to get through? Obviously, you know, if you did it no damage, great, but I'm curious if my hardest areas are your hardest areas.
Come on, that was great.
Look.
The tower. I knew there was something down here.
Amazing! How do you hide something that exists in all realms? Cast it out of any realm to the space between. Clever old Tyr.
Is Jotunheim on the other side?
Can't be that. It's not like you go through Vanaheim to reach the Midgard Peak.
But how do we use it?
I'd suggest we look inside, but stay alert. Tyr's little challenges are never as simple as they appear.
I have noticed.
Alright, so we've made it to the hardest area, right? So I'm going to go with Grips of Fury here. You know, I said a while back when we first bought that, this was for a reason. This is the reason, guys. Specifically for this area. Now we're going to go forward, we're going to grab this, and then the rest of the rage we need to go full rage, or have full rage here, we're going to get off of these enemies. I want you guys to look at how fast this goes, because it's pretty nuts. Now we're going to move into this position again, same as all the other ones. We're going to get wave after wave after wave after wave of swarming enemies. You're going to stand right here, you're going to elemental blast into the floor, and you're going to do that non-stop until they're all dead. Again, the reason we're standing here is because the enemies on the right now have to come all the way out in front of me for their AI to see me, because of the wall that's to my right. So this is going to look really crazy. You know, we're almost at full rage. Now we're at full rage right there. That was the reason we got the grip. You know, just in the event you get here and you have a lot less rage than I started with, this will get you essentially to full rage, or damn near close enough to full rage for the segments that come later where you're going to need it. Now, if you get nervous, if any of the enemies look like, you know, they were able to weave in between your blasts and they're about to hit you, just use Atreus' arrows to stun them. It's very, very simple. So, very, very good strategy when I was, you know, really looking at potentially doing this game no damage. That was one of the areas that scared the shit out of me, so I'm glad I figured that out. So for the Dark Elves, this is the hardest, in my opinion, the hardest of all 4 like enemy waves that you have to deal with. And I found that using the blades and burning these guys is the best way to go. So I highly suggest using the blades to fight them. Now, once you get this guy down to around half health, you're going to get another one that comes in. When that happens, we're going to go ahead and use Atreus' shock, or his crows, to basically CC the other one so that we can deal with the one we've been fighting. So you'll see right after he does his attack, now he's stunned, and now we can focus on this guy and getting him finished up. We're going to take care of the nightmares while the other Dark Elf is stunned still. And then we can just focus on this one Dark Elf, which honestly is just a normal elite. It mirrors the boss on Alfheim, or any of the other elites that we've had to fight. So very, very simple. You know, don't take it too fast. Just be patient. Don't take any unnecessary risk here. And then finish this guy off, and then we'll move on to phase 3. Now, in preparation for phase, I guess, 3, you'll want to make sure that, well, what am I trying to say? Essentially, phase 3, the beginning of phase 3 is the last time you're allowed to use runics, at least for your axe. So if you want to use runics here on your blades, go for it. For phase 3, you're going to be primarily using your axe. You do not want to use any runics past the halfway point of this phase. That's kind of a hard... halfway is kind of hard to define. As you do this phase, you'll kind of learn what that looks like. But you want to go into the final phase with literally everything available to you. So for this, you know, at the start of this, run to where I started. You'll look to your left. You'll deal with the first 2 guys with Atreus arrows and your axe. Then you'll want to look right, deal with the shields. About the time you get the first shield down and the second one comes out, you're going to get a heavy. And then right about the time you get that second shield down and you're working on them, you're going to have 3 heavies in the area. You'll get this like lone guy that just guns it for you. Deal with him using Atreus arrows to CC the heavies. You can basically just float around the room, kind of keep them in the middle, use runic attacks when you're able to. This, I would say, is about where we don't want to use any more runic attacks. Because they may not be off cooldown for the next phase. So I guess that is definable. There you go. So when you've got just the 3 heavies, don't use any more runic attacks. And worst case scenario, if you did use them, you know, just let the last enemy live until they come off cooldown and then kill him. So you'll finish this one up, and then you're going to run back to the door where we originally came in, which is right now to my back, okay? And what you're going to get is you're going to get a troll that comes out of this door that I'm looking at to my immediate right. And you're going to get a big giant and a bunch of enemies. Your goal here is to absolutely go ham on this troll and get him to where you can mount and use his damage, as much of the damage as you can get on the giant. Your priority here is not the smaller ads. Your priority is the giant. So you go for the giant. Look at the damage at the bottom of your screen right now. That is humongous. So we're basically going to try and get this guy dead, if at all possible. So he's in a stunnable state. That's perfect. Because he went into a stun state as we were killing the troll, he's going to come out of it. So I go ahead and pop Spartan Rage. We're just going to rock throw this guy till he's dead. As soon as he's dead from rock throw, we're going to turn onto the other enemies, finish them up with whatever rage we have. We don't need rage at this point, so use all of it. If there's any enemies left at all after you come out of Spartan Rage, make sure you use Atreus' arrows to stun them. Because there is a slight window where you're coming out of Spartan Rage where you're vulnerable, but you can't move. So it's very easy to take a hit there. So you'll want to use Atreus' stun arrows. Make sure you stun any enemies as you come out of Spartan Rage, and then you can finish them up however you see fit.
There's the bridge! We did it! The tower's back where it belongs!
Now Tyr's travel room can take us to Jotunheim.
How did Tyr do this?
Odin suspected the giant secretly possessed some remnant of primordial Jotnar creative essence, the stuff all realms were made of. The Unity Stone must have been fashioned from that essence. To trust an outsider with it, even Tyr, tells you just how desperate they were.
fellas sure love to make a racket, don't you?
I don't know what we'll find when we get to Jotunheim, but we must cover our tracks. Odin's ravens will tell him of the tower's reputation, and we mustn't let our efforts be to his benefit.
Very well.
This is it. Here we go.
Hold on, wait a minute. This isn't going to work.
What?
There's no travel crystal. Tyr must have used his own eyes to refract the energy. It was his final failsafe.
You've got eyes like him, Mimir.
I've got an eye. One! Odin plucked out my other eye precisely to keep me from traveling. Sorry, lads. Thought that would work.
What did Odin do with your other eye?
He'd have kept it. In any of 100 places, I'm afraid.
We've come so far. There has to be a way.
Look, bit of a long shot, but for years I'd see Sindri, sometimes Brock, lurking around in that mountain when Odin came for his visits. Maybe they know something.
Brock and Sindri. Hey guys, question for you. Anyone know where we can find Mimir's other eye?
Oh. That's... I'm sorry. As a matter of fact, Odin asked me to... He wanted me to build a... He showed it to me, you see, and I... declined. Sorry, will you excuse me? Oh.
Well, that was useless.
You know, it was about that same time that Odin came around looking for me to build a statue with some sort of hidden compartment. Now, that not being a weapon and the Aesir being a bunch of pock-speckled cockers, I too saw fit to decline. But I know we got it built just the same.
What was the statue?
It's that one of Thor out there flashing his sack to the lake.
The statue that the serpent ate.
Sorry about that. Feeling much better.
How are we supposed to look inside the snake?
Inside?
We'd better go see what the world serpent has to say about that. Well, lads, what lies ahead? Once more to the horn.
So at this point, we've only got one thing left to do that can do damage to it, which is the final fight with Baldur. So what I want to do is I want to go through and just do one last check, make sure all of my gear is good, everything's set. If I did forget to do something, run back in, buy it, sell it, whatever I need to do, upgrade it. And then I'm going to throw on the Talisman of Fury and just start working for full rage. Now, before I go into the Baldur fight, I want to have full rage. Honestly, I should have been using the Talisman since we finished the Realm room back there. I think it kind of slipped my mind at this point. I was like, oh my god, I got one more thing to do, don't fuck it up. So like my mind was preoccupied. But you want to have full fury here, so I used it there. We'll use it again in here, and then I'm basically gonna stand around and use it, wait for it to cool down, use it, wait for it to cool down, use it. And I'm just gonna keep doing that until we have full rage, and then we'll enter into the final fight.
funny. I used to dream about getting eaten.
Dreams are nothing
I'm
to...
not afraid. It just reminded me of a way I used to feel when I was a child. Let's find that statue.
Ah, smells not as bad as I thought it'd be. Bit like heather ale fermenting. Rather pleasant, actually.
You're so weird. I see something down there. Should we dock on this beach?
There, the hammer.
Mimir, any idea where Odin hid your eye?
No, it's not like I can still see through it.
Yep, that's an eye.
Maybe you should stick that in my head for safekeeping. Gently now, gently.
So at this point, guys, as I mentioned earlier, I need full rage.
Until it's gone.
So what I'm going to be doing is using the talisman, waiting for it to come off cooldown, using the talisman, waiting for it to come off cooldown, and in the interim, I'm just gonna, practice dodging around, throw some axe throws, whatever. So feel free to go ahead and skip past this. There's no reason for you guys to sit here and watch. I'm just gonna dick around until I'm full rage, and I'll see you guys once we get to the Baldur fight.
Exercising? How's it feel, Mimir?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm feeling whole again, but it's a right improvement.
The Bifrost is intact.
It'll serve.
Then we have all we need.
Finally, we're going to Jotunheim. There's no stopping us now.
Laddie, have you ever heard the term tempting fate?
What's that down there? So how do we get back out?
We signal.
What's going on? Well, that was mildly terrifying. Maybe our presence is upsetting Jormungandr's belly.
No. Something is wrong.
What's happening to him?
Nothing good. Glad that's over.
Is he getting hit? What is that?
We must hurry.
Couldn't agree more, brother.
Hold tight and watch your balance.
The board shifting! I'm gonna...
I have him.
Alright, so as the fight starts, I'm going to go ahead and swap in Spartan Charge. I forgot to do this earlier, but I mentioned a long time ago that this was going to be our go-to. And it was going to be required for this fight, so there's really not a whole lot to talk to on this first area. I was kind of waiting for this to happen. Whenever he's bound, feel free to use runic attacks. But mostly I'm just going to rely in phase 1, I'm just going to rely on the animation cancel with the axe. And once we get him down 3 bars, he'll go into the next phase. So he went down 2, he healed up. We just got to get him down 1 health bar, and then he'll auto pull us into phase 2.
I don't need your help. I can protect myself. I said stop!
What's going on? Is Freya trying to kill us?
No. Do you hear the wind? We are moving.
That arrow. Baldur punched the mistletoe?
In the quiver strap, yes. Mistletoe harmed him.
Freya said it was wicked.
So going into phase 2 here, this is the hardest of the entire fight, in my opinion. There are 4 phases, so phase 2 is the one I'm always worried about, and that's because there's an element, there's more mechanics than just fighting Baldur here. You're going to have Freya also doing stuff, which makes it a little bit risky. And that mechanic is she'll send like a snow wave almost that'll like wave through the whole area. And if you accidentally let that thing impact with you and you're not holding your shield, you can get stunned, and if the circumstances are right, Baldur will not be stunned, and he'll be able to come and attack you, and there's nothing you can do to avoid it. So it is a rule in phase 2 that you always hold your shield unless you are physically attacking, okay? So make sure that you do that. There's an example of the wave. And then what we're going to do for Baldur is I'm going to go ahead and use crows just to stun him. And then I'm just going to do whatever damage I can with runic attacks. And you want to be very conservative here. You know, you don't want to be too aggressive because in this phase, you can get caught out very easily. Now when the shadow of the hand comes over the area, you can expect one of 2 things. Either the wave, or she's going to start rooting you and Baldur in place, okay? So basically what I'm playing for right now is for this cutscene. After this cutscene, you need to immediately hold your block. It's rare, but you can sometimes get the wave coming in. So now that the area's got the consistent shadow, we're going to be in the phase where she's going to tie him down and tie us down. As long as you're looking at your feet, you can avoid that. So, you know, just look at your feet, dodge roll out of the way, and then I use runics. I just alternate runics. So, you know, one time he's locked down, I'll use the light, and the next time use the heavy. If they're both on cooldown, you know, use just use your animation cancel attacks or what have you. So there's really not any more to speak to on this. Once we get him down a couple more health bars, we'll proceed into phase 3. Otherwise, it'll just be a rinse and repeat of these mechanics. So I want to go ahead and while we're in this cutscene that we can't skip, I want to go ahead and talk about Phase 3, because Phase 3 was what I used to consider like the single hardest area in the entire game. And recently being like the last 50 hours of me doing attempts in this game, I realized that the enemies that Baldur, or not Baldur necessarily, but Freya calls into this area actually cannot do damage to you. So my strategy for this area is literally to allow every one of these enemies that fall into the area to attack me. And the main reason for that is because these enemies give you iframes. Iframes meaning invincibility frames, meaning that you cannot be damaged while they're attacking you. So let them attack you, and then immediately break their attack. And when you throw them to the ground, you'll see that they actually disrupt Baldur if he's close enough. And that'll give you a chance to then recover, use a runic, whatever you need to do. Yeah, feel free to attack Baldur here. And then throw these guys to the ground when they jump on you. You'll get a little bit of damage on Baldur. But the important thing is that you're immune from damage while they're on you. So take every opportunity you can to let them attack you so that you're invincible as much as possible. So, as you can see, popping Spartan Rage here is kind of fruitless sometimes. Half of the damage you would get or should get, you don't get because you're chasing them. But there's no reason to hold Spartan Rage here, in my opinion, because immediately going into the final phase, you actually start that phase in Spartan Rage. So get whatever damage you can get in with Spartan Rage, use all of it, and then, you're not just sitting on Spartan Rage that goes to waste later on in Phase 4.
Stay away from my son! You don't have to do this! There!
Stop him!
Please! There has been enough pain!
Shut
up!
Both of you, you've done what even the Allfather himself could not. I've never felt more alive. Ironic, isn't it? What?
So going into the final phase here, you're going to start in Spartan Rage like I alluded to earlier, and I decided you can actually use your Spartan Rage. I decided to just end it. It doesn't do all that much damage, and he will still like run around the room, you know, so you're going to be chasing him most of the time. What I prefer to do in Phase 4 is just go ahead and start using attacks. When he's in his fire mode, you use your axe. When he's in his ice mode, you use your blades. And what I like to do is just rotate runics. Just go through your runics. When he gives you an opportunity to attack, use your runics. And that'll keep you essentially safe so that you're not melee attacking up on him the whole time. He can, like, you know, get in a stray punch somewhere. And it'll still do enough damage that you're not sitting here, you know, for forever, or what seems like forever. So now the one thing I will note is whenever he jumps like that and he lands in fire form, throw your axe at him. That'll break him from jumping again. And whenever he's in his ice form and he does his jump and lands, grab him with your blades. It won't always work 100% of the time. Sometimes he'll be immune to it. But as you'll see, I'm sure I get one of them off successfully. Right there. There we go. That's a good example. So this is basically what you'll be doing for the entire phase. I like to use the runics when he does his 1, 2, 3, 4 kick, and I dodge roll it. So just dodge roll it and use a runic. I find that that's a really, really good safe time to do it. Anytime he's throwing fireballs or ice shards or whatever, use Atreus' arrows to cancel that, because he will always follow up with a kick. And that's pretty much it, guys. You'll just rotate through that, and then once he's done, that's it. There's no other areas in the game that you'll be able to take damage. So as soon as you beat Baldur, that's it. GG. You've beaten the game without damage.
You can beat me now? Come on!
I don't understand. I know saving her was the right thing. She seemed all evil at the end.
Not evil. Her son. Lad. Her son. The death of a child is not something a parent gets over easily.
But he was gonna kill her.
She would have died to see him live. Only a parent can understand.
So you'd let me kill you?
If it meant you would live, yes.
Look, there was no easy choice. For anybody, brother. But I think we can all agree you did the right thing. The world's a better place with Freya in it. Just give her time, lads. She'll come around.
Back to Tyr's temple, then.
Here we go! I can't believe we're gonna see the giants!
Well, things were good. Go ahead and walk in Jotunheim and we'll be on our way. Probably.
Boy, ahead.
Look! We're on the
Boy.
It's nothing. I just thought I'd hear voices by now. Hello? Anybody here? I should feel them, but I don't. This place is dead.
So if you made it this far in the run, thank you so much for watching and gifting me your time and attention. This is the first no damage run that I decided to try releasing a commentary version alongside a no commentary version. So please let me know if this commentary version was enjoyable, if it helped you learn something or helped you understand something in the game or just my strategies and approach. Aside from that, if you enjoyed this, please consider liking the video and maybe share this video with a friend that may enjoy it. The next game I'm planning on tackling is likely going to be Spider-Man PS4 No Damage, and then definitely later this year Gotham Knights and Hogwarts Legacy. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll know when those release. Thank you to everyone that continues to support my runs and offers suggestions on what to do next. Again, thank you so much for joining me on this God of War No Damage Challenge run. Take care, and I'll see you on the next one.
Why she want to end up here?